go live over here. Hopefully it doesn't pull any bullshit. Make sure nothing's blocking your camera. Let me go live here. Make sure everything's all good. Perfect. W Eraserhead, how we doing, Eraserhead? How was your weekend? People will be S-number people will be previewing your lot. W Romance, how we doing, Miss Romance? Eraserhead, how was your weekend? Romance, how was your weekend as well? Did you play any more Fortnite, or are you boycotting Fortnite? W Kai W freaking obsolete. How we doing over there? How was your weekend as well? What's up, Tressa? It was good, but I want to go back to summer school because I hate school. Or want to go back to summer school because I hate school. Just started today. Is it rough? W Comics, how we doing? Did you see the popcorn? I did. That popcorn had a pretty nice name, didn't it? I'm so ready for it to be May already. What's up, Ghosty Junior Alt? How we doing, Gyote? Yeah, that was pretty funny. I've seen that popcorn before, which is pretty crazy. I'll be back, W Tressa. W Trinity. Why is Elden Ring so hard? It's all about mental. It's about your mental snack. Your mental snack? Your mental stack is what I was trying to say. WG Money, how we doing, go? How we doing over there? That popcorn was ass. It's because I didn't make it. They took my name and it's fake. It's fake popcorn. What's up, Shax's cousin? What did everybody do this weekend? You're almost level 17 in the members club. W freaking Trinity, that's insane. That's insane that you guys have leveled up like crazy in the freaking fan club. What's up, Ayla? We do a go. I picked up Elden Ring after I recently upgraded my build. Ooh. Speaking of build, what kind of build are you going to run in Elden Ring? How we doing, Ayla? How we doing, Macy? How we doing, Ryan? School is already draining me and we didn't even do anything. Do you have good classes at least? What's up, Squeaky? I also saw My Chemical Romance a few days ago. That's fire. How was that? I bet that was sick. Squeaky, how was your weekend? What did everybody do? I'm running a balanced build. Fire. I like running like Dex, or I like running balanced as well. We are actually doing no games, Ayla. This is we've been doing Mental Health Mondays, where we just spend the entire day, the entire stream, just yapping about mental health, about all sorts of stuff, you know? What's up, J-Dog, you goat? What's up, Angel Izzy? W Azzle? You walked a mile today. Fire. I gotta get back on my run and grind. I'm gonna start probably meal prepping on the weekends, or maybe really, because I meal prep every day. I'll meal prep lunch and dinner before I eat, and I need to meal prep just the next day's food, but I usually take it out of the freezer, so I need to just double unthaw it and then double cook, so then the next day I can run. I have time to run. I have a 1660 Super and an Intel i5. Not amazing, but gets the job done. Hey, I don't think you really need anything crazy. I'm not gonna lie, unless you're doing some crazy stuff. W Joel, how we doing? What's up, FC? I'm doing my nails. What color are you doing your nails? What color? What you got going on? My friend made a bracelet of my FO, and I'm wearing it currently. Fire. I'm playing Dreamlight Valley. Isn't it the Disney game? Is it the Disney game? Ayla, I'm doing wonderful. I appreciate you for asking. The vibes are good. The freaking energy is good today. I'm my brain is even keel. I'm feeling real good. W Shimon, how we doing? I'm gonna be real. It's been a rough day. Why is that? What's up, Tsunami? FC, you're new. I'm glad to see you. Did you find me in your For You page? What's up, Lorax? How we doing? Guys, what's your favorite animated movie? What's up, Emily? How we doing, Emily? It is the Disney game. I've definitely seen that. I've heard a lot of good things about it. W Alex! I appreciate you, Go. I appreciate you for letting me know the name change. I love Coco. I've never watched that. You got that bandana shirt on. Yes, Ayla, yeah. Yeah, I did, and I think I'm lucky I found... Right, dude? Can't stop doom scrolling. That's why we're here. If you guys need to stop doom scrolling, that's why we're here. Let me turn my preview off so I don't look at myself in my preview and stare at myself. Yeah, that's why it's there. Help you guys stop doom scrolling, help you guys have a place. If you guys are struggling, if you guys are going through anything, if you need advice, if you need a place to chill and just yap and talk to people, this is the place. And that goes for anybody on any platform in here. What's up, Argento? I just opened up TikTok and swiped 3 videos and stopped. Hell yeah. W Raven, how we doing, Raven? I walked 2 kilometers in sandals today on gravel. That's dedication right there. I've been scrolling for 3 hours. James, have you had any banger videos, though, that you've gotten? What's up, Addy? How we doing, Sned? What's up, Smash Tune, you goat? And it's good for if you just want to talk. Exactly, Romance. We can talk about anything. We don't have to just talk. We can talk about frickin' last time we talked about the Spider-Man movie and stuff. At least 15 liked videos. That's good. That's good. What games are we playing tomorrow? I believe Pokemon is tomorrow. Then we're going to do the new fishing, like, friend slop game on Wednesday. And then on Thursday, I think we're going to do horror again. W Tressa. And you fighting with a mountain lion. True. True. Do you want to know what does FO mean? What Elden Ring build should I make? Dex. Katana build. Auntie, I gotta tell you about this girl I met. Let's hear it. I'm looking for ideas of a video. I'm a small content creator. What kind of stuff do you enjoy, Smash Tune? WFC for the sub as well. My professor told me to write a 12-page essay. Should I tell her I'm not doing it because I'm more educated than her? Yes. Tell her to write your 12-page essay for you. Just heads up, head's been racing, man. My mind keeps telling me I'm doing something wrong with myself. I've been trying to write music, and I've had a crazy writer's block. I like to write how I feel into song, as you know, but currently I don't really know how I feel. I know I'm depressed, but does it feel like depression? You could just be... I feel like sometimes I have, like, waves, and I just have, like, natural... W Raven for the 6 roses. I have, like, natural lows and natural highs. And if you try to force yourself on those lows to, like, get back to your frequency, sometimes you just need, like, a spot where your brain is just recharging. Also, W Misfit. Geometry Dash videos. How old am I? I'm 25 years old. W Madman. How we doing? Is that IG? I sent your photos of my walk message in fire. W Misfit for the heart me. I need to be more active. Can you please give me 3 tasks to do tomorrow? Get at least, this is an easy one, get at least 3,000 steps. Do at least 50 squats throughout the day. And do stretch for 20 minutes. Stretch for 20 minutes. W Gear, yo, I'm not the type to ask for help, but I'm generally starting to find reasons to stay. What's going on in your life? What's going on with everything? If you feel... W Madman for the heart me as well. Madman, how you doing over there? That's IG, WIG. I shall bring the vibes for... W Slaw. Appreciate you, Slaw. I have a Fitbit for steps. I'll do 50 squats and I'll... Yeah! Yeah! Wait, Mess, we're the same age. What month with you? I'm January. Geometry Dash? Smashed. I would definitely try to, like... If you want, like, an easy one, like, try to do the hardest ones. Or, like... Try to... I'm trying to think. You could do a Geometry Dash that would be, like, fresh and new. FO means fictional other, and I'm a Yum ships. Do you want to know my... Send it. Let's hear it. W Comics. I lost my job today. My girlfriend is just always angry at me. My cars broke down. Everything went bad. Well, first off, I'm sorry. W Dr. Evil, I'm sorry to hear that, man. I would say... Are you in a position where, like, you're either able to find another job soon, or is it something that, like, that stress of, like, your, like, time is running on the clock, and that's the stressful part? I would say that go about it, like, if your girlfriend is always mad at you, I definitely think that's something that can easily be, like confronted. W. Whitney for the harm. Yeah, we doing Whitney. I appreciate you, Dr. Eden, for the follow. I would say, like, immediately you can have a conversation with your girlfriend of what's going on. Like, why are you always angry at me? Why are you holding animosity towards me? Like, what is causing these feelings? I'm feeling this way, and is this something that we can fix? And then I would just go, like, down the pecking order. I would try to keep your mindset solid of, like, you can, all of this is a whirlwind at that moment, and it might seem overwhelming and like you're gonna be put in a hole that you can't get out of, but it's something that you can get out of. It might just take some time, and it might take some uncertainty of, like, taking one step backwards or two steps backwards that might seem scary to then go 5 steps forward. You know what I mean? W. Smacy, you fuck with a bandana shirt? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Reason I'm rating the icons of the people that comment on my vid. That's fire. You should have people make maps and then go and check out. Look for the problem and resolve it if you can. I'm just feeling like I keep letting myself down with what I want. Keep trying to remind myself that this is my life and there should be no time limit for what I want or what I want to do, but I feel like I've just let myself down. I'm trying to remind myself to just live and be happy with what happens today, but I just feel really like there should be more. I feel like let down in some shape or form. That sounds like you're putting a lot of pressure on yourself to, like, as much as you feel like you have the mindset that you're living, like, being, like, letting time take its course, it feels like you're putting a lot of pressure on yourself to get things done quickly, or, like, to continue going, you know what I mean? Like, you don't have to write a song every single week or every single month. You can go back and revise songs, or you can take your time on them, you know what I mean? I have a bad life, getting ignored almost by everyone and gets hate. Been depressed for 5 years, and this summer I mentally changed. I finally woke up and started working out. W freaking FC, I'm so proud of you, FC. I'm so freaking proud of you. I'm glad that you got... Hell yeah. FC, honestly, that's kind of like... That's why I'm on the path that I am, is because I really... Like... I put myself into a better position in the past few years, and I want to make it apparent to everybody else that you can do that. You know what I mean? W Busby. Is it Busby? How do I say your name? W, thank you for the heart. Do I also crochet diamonds? Sorry, I didn't get to your guys' message. There's a lot of messages going right now. These were actually made by my chat. Obviously not the Monferno in the middle. That was from my childhood. Also, Ember, thank you for the follow. But the 2 crocheted ones were made and sent to me by my chat. Busby! Gotcha. Thank you for the freaking heart, man. I appreciate it. How you doing over there, yo? What's up, Erica? W Raven for the heart, me. Put my... Bet. Nice shirt. W a genius. I'm writing a novel. I need a name for it. What's it about? I appreciate you, Ayla. Going back to school in 7 days, but I don't want to go. I feel you on that. I feel you. Diamond, what is your best thing that you've crocheted, or your favorite thing that you've crocheted? So mentally and physically drained from everything. What's going on, Hannah? What in your life do you feel is draining you? You madman for the 20 Go Populars. Based around Game of Thrones and Merlin. W freaking Exodia Xenon, you goat! You look a mighty fine. Right back at you. Right back at you. I just felt like my best video don't grow. I felt stuck. I started making videos while I want to change my life. That is the tough thing. W Smacy for the 20 roses. That's the tough thing is especially with content, it's a slow burn. And you constantly have to, like, adapt the way that you are
ping pong
looking at things and doing things. W Diamond for a follow. W freaking Taylor. You constantly have to adapt, but you don't get addicted to the numbers. Like, look at other people's content and see what you can do better, but don't force yourself to feel like you're comparing yourself to other people, you know what I mean? Because other people might have it figured out, or they might be just getting lucky, or they might just have, like, a specific thing that they do that works for them, and it doesn't work for you, you know? What are you, Steven, for the follow? Work is draining me, and just daily tasks. do you have something that you enjoy doing? Like when you do it, it like turns that noise in the back of your head down. I'm just going through a divorce after 12 years together. I'm sorry to hear that, Steven. Is there a reason to it? Like a specific reason, or is it kind of like a holistic thing? I thought you were Jimmy from Shameless. W Lady Noir. I've never watched Shameless, but do I look like Jimmy from Shameless? Can't say I've seen that. So I have to appeal a ban again. What do they do, Taylor? Working on a spiral sweater. My favorite is making colorful sea turtles. That's fire. I was like, Ash, how you doing? Just here for the daily love. Don't mind me. I appreciate you, Ash. I appreciate you. Nicholas, my day was wonderful. How was yours? How was yours? I've written 4 long chap fire. I feel like I'm constantly pushed to be the best, and when I fail, I feel like I have to push myself more. Content is hard, but being a content creator, such farmer, such stay-at-home mother has been so fun. That's freaking sick.
Apparently, I can't text GCSBCI. Violated multiple community guidelines.
A lot of family and school, personal issues, bro. At 15, it feels so much. Damn. That is, like, especially young in your life, it is hard to deal with all that stuff. And I would say if you're having, like, a lot of family issues, school issues, and personal issues, what kind of, like, I know it's, you have to boil down what those things are. If there's self-esteem issues, if there's, like, people around you that are hurting you, if they're, like, if you're not putting in enough work at school, being honest with yourself, if you're putting in too much work in school, if you're not doing the things that you love in there, I would need more, like, detail, Gabe, if you would feel comfortable putting more detail. Because I that was something that, like, all throughout school I struggled with a lot of different things, you know? I caught her cheating with my best friend. God damn. Steven, that was something that a lot of people were dealing with last stream, last Monday. And the biggest piece of advice that I think was working the most for people is just understanding that, like, it seems, and it is extremely painful right now, but if somebody's going to do that to you, they are not worth your energy and your love. Like, you are an evolved person if you're not cheating on somebody. And if somebody's cheating on you, that means that they are a detriment to your life. And even if you had time spent with them for a long period of time, you're doing yourself a service by separating yourself from that person, you know? What's doom scrolling? Mango, doom scrolling is like, you're just scrolling and you're mindlessly doing it. You're not actually, like, you're literally just in, like, habitually scrolling, you know what I mean? What's going on, Val? What's going on? True, I meant my most favorite song I released took me 5 years to complete, not like the lyrics, just wanted the song to be more praising. I know you are not religious, but it's a religious song. It took 5 years to complete with help of other people. That's what I mean, Joel. I would say, like, if you feel like you're putting a lot of pressure on yourself to, like, get things done constantly, or, like, constantly have ideas flowing, just, like, pump the brakes a little bit. And if it is one song a month, or, like, you have a song that you're really, like, stumped on, don't force yourself to like, try to just hit your head against the wall to get it through, you know what I mean? Keep your voice down, my cat is sleeping. Not gonna ask again. Okay, that's it. You want war, you got it. Huh? Sorry, my text-to-speech was on. I was threatening my neighbor. W. Brandon for the follow. W. Brandon for the freaking Harmony as well. I'm gonna name one of the characters Mez. Hell yeah. W. Lady Noir. I post passively because I want to focus on my family, especially because with school I only get a little time. Gotcha. What's up, Maggie? How we doing, Maggie? Yeah, sorry guys if I'm like all over the place. It usually takes me a few minutes to get back into, like, the rhythm. I use my weekends as kind of just like, I, like, separate my brain from the world and just kind of, like, exist. So when I come back to stream, it's like, whoa! Whoa! My brain's all over the place. You look like that dude that played as one of the superhero that went to the villain by the end of the movie. the Joker or something. W freaking Olivia. I appreciate you, Olivia. What's up, Noctis? It's a lot more than TikTok would let me say in lot. Gabe, if you are on Discord at all, or if you're on any of the other apps for streaming, I do stream on those, mess_TTV. If you can send a long message on the purple app, if you want to use that to send like a long message, or if you use Discord, you can post it in the Discord as well. Gotta watch the double. I enjoyed it, Madman. I enjoyed it a lot. What's up, Trin? I'm gonna go down to North Carolina in a couple days to give myself W. Nicholas. I need to edit a video. Can you give me some motivation so I don't give up again? Editing is something that you need to take time on. And if you're feeling stuck on editing, like, get up and leave, or like stop editing for like 10 minutes and then come back to it, and I guarantee it will breathe life into your stuff. I got yelled at every day. I have a low self-confidence. I can't focus. It's always just been a lot. First day of my full-time job tomorrow. Super nervous that this will be the rest of my life. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be the rest of your life, you know? It's only the rest of your life if you make it the rest of your life. You know what I mean? What's up, Duckman? I have a Pokemon addiction. How so, J-Dog? If you have bruises or marks, document them. True. Sorry, I was reading some of the past ones. W-R-E for the follow. I was reading some of the past ones. Sorry, guys. Let me go back to the newer messages. My dad is, and I can't call. My phone bill isn't paid. I need some advice. Can you get onto the internet? He sent tow on this morning and hit me. Man. How tall am I? I'm 6 foot to 6'1". I would say if you have the internet, there are like, you could try to I don't know if there's like direct lines on the internet. I'm assuming there probably is. Homie adds an inch every time. I always have said 6 foot to 6'1". I took one before. I took an inch took an inch off the other day. I said I was 6'1". Because like in shoes, I'm like 6 foot. You look like BJ Novak. And he usually said 5'5". And I feel like my mother don't want to support me in anything. I'm a good kid and I have good grades, everything, but she doesn't want to let me have privacy. Or she might just care a lot about you, and she might know that the world and the internet is a very scary place. So she's trying to protect you from it. Sometimes we don't always. What's up, horror? Sometimes we don't always like see other people's perspectives until we're later in life, and we see the like stuff that our parents were trying to protect us from. You know what I mean? What's up, Kale? How we doing, Kale? With how many people drop everything on you for Monday, I'm shocked you aren't stressed or anxious during the entire stream. I mean, it's more so I'm not like stressed or anxious. I more so get frustrated with myself because I want to try to get to everybody's message, but it helps so much that I have the community that I do, because everybody fills in the gap. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm not just sat here and feeling like everybody's like pitchforks, slamming the pitchforks, like, you fucking suck, dude. Get to my message. Everybody's helping each other, you know what I mean? And that helps me a ton, because I feel terrible if I miss people's message. It like cuts me to my core, and if I allow myself to dwell over it, I get frustrated at it. You know what I mean? But Val, I would not say that crying is not an outpour of emotion. Emotion is not something that makes you a less of a person or like weak or anything like that. You know what I mean? I think it's because I tear up and it's something that like you're in tune with your emotions. Obviously, if you want to try to control your emotions more, you can do that in a way that isn't like negative to you. But I think it's important to not like hate yourself for putting your emotions out there, you know? W. Joseph for the follow. I did some Kingdom Hearts photos of me. Where can I post them in the Discord? If you want like game talk, that's a good place. Is there a way to direct DM you publicly? Kind of. Yeah, Gabe. Sorry, if you're still here, Gabe. Absolutely. If you want to DM me on Discord or on TikTok or anything, I won't be able to get to it immediately. I'll have to get to it after my stream, but I will get to you. But yeah, absolutely. I know a lot of people are uncomfortable with talking about stuff openly out in public. So if you feel like you're much more comfortable explaining it in a private place, and obviously I have to say that like I'm not a professional or anything like that, but I will try to give you at least like a human opinion and a human perspective to be able to help. You know what I mean? Absolutely, Gabe. Absolutely. I just want to stay with my mom for the rest of my life. She actually cares about what she says. Could I draw you? Then you should do it. Hell yeah, Alex. Hell yeah. Also, Horror, how you doing over there? Let me. I have to go edit. W Ash. I love this, and I started a mental health organization. Really, Ari? Are you still here? That's freaking dope. What kind? What's its name? I'm trying to climb a mountain, and my game keeps lagging. What game is it? Is it Elden Ring? I still hate when I cry. It makes me feel weak or stupid. Then I just stop and say, "Thug it out." It's definitely like, it's definitely a tough thing. Like, emotion. Like, I am on the opposite side where I don't have the natural outpour of emotion. I feel emotion. Like, it's not like I'm just like, I'm not just like constantly no emotion, but like I don't cry. There's very little times where I cry. W Blake for the follow. I feel the emotion of like about to cry, but my body doesn't allow me to cry.
I just noticed the shirt WMES.
And W Taylor, it's the bandana shirt again. And I feel like sometimes I wish I could cry more, or I could like emotionally outpour more. So there's different sides of it. You know what I mean? Tressa, are you good though? Sometimes it is a rocky road. You know what I mean? It ain't always a straight road. Sometimes there's curves. Sometimes there's bumps. It's called the Clarity Lab. That's fire. I work with teens and discuss healthy habits and relationships. That's fire. Ari, definitely if you want to like advertise that at all in here or in the Discord, if you want to join the Discord and post that. What's up, Seraph? Please do. And if you want to send me any of the details of it, I'll also post it on my TikTok or anything like that. Because I also know I didn't like create an organization, but a while ago, trying to find myself and find what I wanted to do, I created a thing called the Deep End, and I probably will eventually come back to that. But it was going to be a charity organization where it was all going to be transparent. So every donation that I was to get, I would show the process by like recording it and like vlogging it and all of that stuff, and post it on like a YouTube channel or an Instagram page or anything like that, so people knew exactly where the funds were going. Because I do worry sometimes with a lot of like big corporations, you don't know exactly where all the money percentages are going. W Red for the follow. W Taylor for sharing the live. What's up, Balls McGee? It was a bit dramatic, but had a slight crash out Saturday about my dog. I left and came back last night. Man, you are, like I said, let that emotion pour out. It's like W freaking Evan. I looked at the IG today. Yeah, I think that's one of those things is you can like, you can hate yourself for doing things and them not succeeding or like not fully acting. And I think that for its time, I was trying to figure out what worked for me, and I needed like a foundation first. That wasn't like a foundation that I could build at that point in time. And it's something that I've already built that idea up, and now if I was to grow on streaming, I could easily use that as like a offshoot second place to have as like a charity thing. If no one told y'all, chat/streamer, y'all all met. W freaking Red. You as well, Red. I appreciate you, Go, and you matter as well. Thank you for being here. Just really want to see my mom again. I can only see her every other weekend to stay the weekend. Do you feel like, is it like a legal thing where like your parents have to split time? I've been watching the same movie for the last week, or last few days. It's called Her. It's about a guy who falls in love with an AI bot and she tries to make it work. Is that weird? Are you watching it like wanting to be in his position? Are you trying to fall in love with the AI bot? WGO, how we doing, Geo? What's up, Happy Tato? I feel like I'm not enough. Why do you feel like that, Tressa? Drive to Canada border on Lake Huron. Is it Huron? Huron? Stayed for the night and drove back. That's fire. Sounds like a good trip to decompress. Chip picks on the crochet. Fire. I'll check those out. So it's more local, but I would love to expand. I work with another organization for veterans. That's fucking sick. That is fire. How much to sniff your chair?
Luciano says Hellonton, and he loves you all.
Mess, can you pose so I can draw or get an idea on what to draw? You should draw me W. Whoops. W. Maddie. How you doing over there, Maddie? I love the movie Her, W choice. I've never heard of the movie Her, but if Maddie respects it, I respect it. Also, why didn't my sound go off? W freaking Xenon for the sub. Sorry I didn't see that, Xenon. W Evan for the heart. I've switched every other weekend so I get overstimulated when I have to. I feel that. Is that a conversation that you've had with your mom at all? W Luciano, you goat. What's up, Bob? Let's hear it. Let's hear it, Bob. W Evan for the welcome dollar. Is that dollar? Welcome dollar. Times 30. What's up, Mess? Don't be watching anything. I did watch the new Spider-Man movie. I did watch that. W Media Junkie for the follow. And it was a banger. Absolute banger. You got me in a freaking good Marvel movie, I'm going to see it. I'm watching it, actually. What is in your hand? I have like a hyperfixation on just grabbing whatever is near me and holding it in my hand while I do this. It's a... Don't spoil. I will not spoil. Don't worry. It's a camera, like, mount. It's the camera that I use. It's the mount for it. Don't know why I'm holding it and freaking... I mean, the topic is not weird. Isn't not weird. I've been getting treated bad at school, and now I feel like I just kind of don't want to be here. What's been going on with that, Bob? Like, how in what way have you been being treated weird? You know what I mean? We've told her everything my dad has done since day one. I would definitely, if you feel like people were saying, document it, and when you go to your mom's house, if you could borrow her phone or something, or show her the, like, clear evidence of it, you know what I mean? To, like, make it so that she, if she does deny it again, then you can take further action on that, you know? Just story-wise and things like that, it's a phenomenal movie. 83 awards for this movie, plus Scarlett Johansson is in it. I don't really want to say. Bob, I would say if people are bullying you for you or what you do or how you are or anything like that, don't internalize it. Try your hardest to not internalize it, because there's always going to be people that hate on you. There's always going to be the people that don't like you. There's always going to be people that don't understand you. And most of the time, 9 times out of 10, is because people are empty inside and they're trying to fill a void in whatever way, whether it is pulling you to their level to make themselves feel on your level, whether it is like they have a rough home or they get bullied or stuff like that, so they take it out on other people. They don't feel secure with themselves. It's not like it's not a representation of you, it's a representation of them, you know? And if you internalize it, you allow them to win what they're trying to do. You know what I mean? W. Ryan, how we doing, Ryan? I have a journal that I write in sometimes. W, yeah, I think that's good, lady. I definitely think, like they said, take pictures of the situation. If you could, like audio record it or video record it when it happens. Like if you could leave your phone recording or something like that, and take it seriously, like it's like you're like a detective. You know what I mean? You need to watch The Last House, pal. What's The Last House? What is that? Yeah, Gabe, I won't be able to get to it right now, but after the stream, I will absolutely get to it. I'm gonna tell Auntie about that girl. Let's hear it. W Trickster, how we doing, Trickster? Bob, you're probably dope and unique and jealous. Exactly, Maddie, exactly. Loki Mess, I'd check out the trailer for it before you check it out. I'm gonna be real, the movie is slow as fuck, but every scene is more intriguing than the next. Does have nudity in it if it bothers you. Insane. W Misfit for the money gun. Don't start sending it. Stop it. Get some help. I'm gonna head to sleep. Good night. W Gabe. Yeah, I'll definitely get back to that. I appreciate you for being vulnerable as well. leading by example, and that is really, really important, you know? It's a good movie, a good watch. What was it called? The Last House. Is it Last House or Last House Pal? I'm doing pretty good. I kind of got a buzz cut yesterday, and I can't tell if I like it. The Last House, gotcha. The Last House. I will remember that. I'll remember that, and I'll if I watch it, I'll give you a review on stream. So do my friends actually like me? I just stay quiet because they never talk to me. They leave me. I would say it depends on how they, like, depends on how they treat you, you know? If they just, like, don't pay attention to you, they might be forgetting. If they're ignoring you and you feel like there's bad energy, I would trust your gut, you know? What's up, Jimbo the Goat, for the follow? I appreciate you. I'm so anxious right now. What's going on, Tressa? May I say something about being quiet, Mess? Absolutely. Absolutely, I'll relay the message, too. I would say buzz cuts are functional. Even if you don't feel like you like it, you at least don't have to worry about your hair. You know? They don't ever really pay attention to me. They usually ignore me. If your friends are disregarding you or showing you any negative behavior, prioritize everybody but you, I'd say they're talking. Yeah. I would say if you are realizing and, like, understanding that they are not respecting you and they're distancing you and they're just being not friends, don't get attached to the feeling of having those friends just to have them, you know, because a true friend is going to make you feel seen and feel heard, and you're not going to have to worry about that type of thing. And if there is distance or anything like that, it's not going to be purposeful. It's not going to feel purposeful. You know what I mean? Or like they're doing it on purpose. My life is slowly getting back to being calm ever since I started talking to my aunt and uncle again. W. Nicholas. Hell yeah. My parents want me to get a haircut so bad. They say it's too long for summer. I mean, throw it back at them this way. Then you don't have to, if you leave your hair long, then you don't have to spend money on cutting it. Thinking smart, thinking smarter. I have to go back to school in a week and I have really bad social anxiety. I would say that, like, that's one of those things, again, with, like, the controlling your mind. Buzz at home. Well, then they don't have to waste time cutting it. You know? I don't know why other people want other people to cut their hair. You know what I mean? Like, why they're like, I expect you to cut your hair, you know? Doesn't really make sense to me. I've never really got that. Yeah, Tressa, I would say if you're feeling anxious, that is something, like, why are you feeling anxious about it? Like, when you go to school, is it like you feel perceived? You feel like you're gonna have, like, nobody in your classes? It's gonna be scary? Like, what kind of anxieties is formed from it, you know? I had friends who made me feel like an accessory. They only wanted sometimes. It is not good, and you can, if they make you look bad, you know, it was a good decision to leave. Stuff is so tiring, man. What's going on, Hex? What's going on? Do I have long hair? I mean, I have, like, medium hair. You know? It's me to be manly, not girly or something. I would just say they will still do it. I would just say, like, if you can have a conversation with them, just say, like, why do I need to live my life the way that you are? You know, like, why do I need to change myself in the way that my hair is because you guys want me to have a buzz cut? Like, I'm perfectly fine with it, you know? Or is it just tucked back and short? I guess you could say I have, like, short hair. I don't have, like, long hair. Depends on your definition of long hair. What's up, Baked 420 Snipes with Brandon? Just rough last week and all of that. Just trying to make it through the thorn bush of the school year. I feel you. Hex, when do you start the volleyball season? When do you start that? It's because my hair is messy. Do you not take care of your hair? Like, how do you mean by messy? W Vanilla, how we doing, Vanilla? You're not melting? You're not melting? Why are you coming on my For You page, but not on my Fate? W Corpse God. Let's try that again. Let's try a different message. I'm scared to propose to my girlfriend. Look before you read. Nick, why are you scared? Are you just like nervous about doing it, or are you afraid that she's gonna say like no? Baked 420 swipe. Baked 420 swipe. Snipes. Oh my fucking God, I can't talk. Ah! Sorry. How have you been doing? I've been doing good, though. How have you been? I've been doing actually really good. Life has been quite good. But anxiety disorder that makes me unable to talk to anyone in any social situation. I would say just be in your own world then. Like, if you feel like you have the anxiety of feeling like you're going to have to talk to people, just, like, focus on what you can focus on. Like, go when you're in class, focus on paying attention, focus on, like, gaining knowledge, picking out people that you think would jive with you, you know? And don't feel like you're like out of normal, you know what I mean? Why did that just pop up? I know she's going to say yes, but I'm still nervous. Think about it, Nick. The moment that you do it, it will all fizzle out of the anxiety and nervousness. You're going to be nervous because it's a big moment for you, and you're excited for it. It could be that you're excited, and your brain is confusing the excitement with nervous because it has the same response feeling. Like, you get jittery, you get, like, your heart beats, all that stuff. So it could be that you're excited and you're nervous at the same time, but the moment that you do it and you build up that courage to do it, and she says yes, it'll be like, holy shit, I'm so freaking glad that I just did that. You know what I mean? Silence in our society has grown to be a problem. People have viewed silence and being quiet a problem, regardless of if you're in a group or not about the situation. Being silent about thoughts can be a problem, but it's more of a problem when people use/turn your problems on you and guilt trip/manipulate yourself on your issues on you. Understand not everyone can help each other the best when they flip the problems you have on you and make you feel like a problem for having human emotions. Have no place to know about problems at the first place. True. Yeah, if people are using your problems against you, you can't internalize that because that's a flawed person. You know, no good person that you should care about is going to like do that to you. You know? Some next generation. Bro, some 8th grader hit on my girl. Welcome. What's up, Yester? How we doing, Go? What's up, Virgo? Everyone is too busy to come to my daughter's birthday party. Could you... Is it on a weekend or is it on like a weekday? Yeah, we'll all be there. Frizzy. Do you like comb it and stuff or like brush it? My stepdad is so... It's this Saturday. He's in 10th grade, by the way. What if I hope scroll for 9 hours a day? You know, Josh, that... If it's helping you, if you hope scroll for 9 hours, and then you start doing, like, backflips and making a ton of progress, that is good. You know? W Matt, how we doing, Matt? Let me... I would say, like, if you... It's hard. Birthdays are hard because, like, it could just be a schedule issue, but then you, like, can't really reschedule it. But then it's, like, not a birthday if it's not on your birthday. You know what I mean? I'll make a cake on stream and get... Yeah! W Virgo. So backflips will prove its worth. Well, I mean, like, metaphorical backflips, you know? Like, maybe not actual backflips, but like if you were to metaphorically do a backflip because you were so like motivated, you know? If that makes sense? Does that make sense? So one of my friends was in Britain, in a very haunted place, and bro saw something when had to water, when he had to get water. Just waiting for my mom to text Vector to get on the team and all that, so I don't know when it starts. Gotcha, X. Our actual birthday is September 3rd, next Wednesday, but we're celebrating this weekend. Are the plans like 100%? Or something you could go like the following weekend to get more people there? Feeling a lot better now, though. I'm really busy now, and I have band 4 days a week plus school. Fire. And a football game every Friday. Fire. What's up, Shadow Queen? I have brushing it because it just gives me an afro, and feels kind of bad. Yeah, that's a tough one. I also struggle with like frizzy hair. Like I put oil in my hair to keep my hair from not like drying out and frizzing. I would say not washing your hair like if you shampoo your hair every single day, that could dry it out and create it to frizz. But I would say like trying to if like wash your hair, but don't, if you're shampooing it every single day, try to shampoo not as often. You know, like you'll have to figure that out, but like how oily your hair is. I've learned that when you see someone in pain or hurting, the best thing you can do is not do anything. If you constantly try to help someone in pain, it reassures your own anxiety about the fact that someone isn't okay. Sometimes we need to let people not be okay. I think it's selfish, in my opinion, to help someone in pain or hurting because it only reassures us about that they aren't okay, and it's a selfish thing to do, in my opinion. As you talked about it before, I think sometimes we can't help. Yeah, I think sometimes WCAS, I think sometimes you put a lot of energy into you can put a lot of energy into some people, and they have to figure it out themselves. You know, you can dump as much energy as possible trying to help and trying to fix their problem for them, but ultimately you can only control what's in your control, and that's them, you know? What's up, hey? Thank you for the follow. Wanted to try Sledge's cake for my birthday, but the move 100% ruined it. My sister made it twice before, and I loved it, but she is supposed to move by the end of the month. She might stay in my room for a bit. Isn't Trey Sledge's got like milk or something in the bottom of it? I couldn't play Kaz, I'm not a huge fan of the new season. I won't lie to you. Not a huge fan of it. What if the teacher calls on me to answer my question? I can't because I would say, Tressa, immediately take that possibility out of it, and like the first day, go and talk to your teacher, or like if you have to like write down or like communicate in the way that you can to them what you're going through, what you have, and just to make sure that they're aware of it, you know? W Virgo for the follow. It's a prepared grunt. How we doing? Next time I go and draw you, W Alex. I appreciate you, Alex. So for context, I met this girl last month on that Roblox game I told you about. Bet. Actually, I'll move to purple up and type it out. Bet. Wait, so I have a question. Let's hear it, lady. Condensed milk, evaporated milk, and cream. What do you not like about it? W Grimy. I would say that it's just too much. There's too much going on. Also, W Val for the 5-stream streak. I'd say there's way too much going on in the Fortnite season. I think they should have just taken some of the stuff out of it and been chill. But there's like too much and too little. I feel like once you get the hang of it, it's okay. Yeah, I don't think it's bad. I'm just not like amazing, you know. Anyway, I'm gonna go back to school. Please follow for baking stream this weekend. W Virgo. What's up, Cody? How we doing, Cody? Also prepared grunt. How you doing over there? Should I tell my counselor or my friends first about my problem? I would say your counselor. If you have a guidance counselor that you trust, I would say definitely go and have a conversation with them because they can do the best to help them. You don't want to get yourself into a situation where you're just telling your friends because you might not actually be able to like really do anything professionally to fix your situation, you know? What's up, Gio Nirvana? How we doing, go? What's up, Katie? How you doing, Katie? Thank you for the follow. What are you struggling with, Cody? What's going on? What's going on? This season could have been so hype. Yeah, they kind of dropped the ball on it. but I kind of agree. It's kind of mid. Yeah. What's up, Fracture? I have a Fracture. I email them, but that even takes me over 2 hours. Hey, that's fine. You got to give yourself grace. You got to be patient with yourself. You know, it's not going to be instant. You got to, if you really feel like you need to communicate it, take the time to communicate it. You know what I mean? Jonavana, how we do it, goat? And she low-key kind of attached to me fast. Uh-oh. In like a friendship way. I'll try to tell her on Friday, and the same day I leave to my mom so I won't get in trouble. Yeah, lady. And I would definitely, like, have that conversation, and then in any subsequent interactions with your dad, like we said, take evidence of it. That way, if you feel comfortable with your guidance counselor, you can then have a conversation and show that type of thing. W Gabs, how we doing, Gabs? I appreciate you, Joel. Enjoy your dinner. Double freaky you. I want to say that you are like the chillest streamer, so easy to watch. Yes, that. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. You know, you and me and Azel both speak very highly of you. I hope you know that. Gabs, how you doing over there? This economy has been treating me poorly. Lost my job in July. I haven't been able to get on another one. That is the really frustrating thing. W lady, I promise I will update y'all ASAP. Hell yeah. We're always here for you. Can I just say what's going on? Just need some absolutely. Absolutely. That's the place for here. That's the place. You know what I'm trying to say. What's up? Is that Daviana? Lost my best friend and my girlfriend in the same month. Honestly, it's been really damn. Sorry to hear that, Belly to Hooper. Do you have family that you can be around in the moment? Cody, have you been on unemployment? How do you feel about that, Cody? Taylor Ryan thinks she's in love with me. That's the thing I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it depends on... I would have to know, like, the details of it. Like, how did she attach quickly? Being completely honest, I'm struggling. What's going on, Gionavana? If you want to talk about it. Don't feel like you're forced to, but if you want to talk about it, feel free. Absolute goat. Freaky goat. Mess real quick. I will boost the server, so I hope you... You don't have to boost the server, Alex. You're good. You don't have to do that. You don't gotta do that. My family and me don't get along. Wasn't the best childhood. Do you have, like... Like, when you do something, like... Alright, let me think about this. When you're at your most peaceful time, what are you doing? Will I have a free boost I was going to? Well, don't feel like you need to do that, you know? Don't feel like you have to. You are not required to do that. I would say, like, do you have, like, what's up, Tori? Do you have, like, a support group that you can, yeah, I'm back. Don't behave. Don't make me get this account too. Honestly, it was with them. They were my whole world. I've been playing ball a lot to cope. See, that's a thing. That's a positive thing, is like playing ball. I would say if you have like this type of community, this type of thing, I would say that losing people that are close to you, the world seems so empty without them, and the world seems so empty on the, like, mend of it. Like, you're never going to be able to fill that hole that's left there. But I would say the biggest thing is really focus on in your life, what do you want to do with your life? Like, what brings you peace, brings you joy, and is something that you can lose yourself in. Whether that is like self-betterment, whether that is getting better at a skill, whether that is like experiencing something and fully just divulge your time into that, because you can very well just isolate yourself and pull yourself out of like anything that you enjoy and just kind of be lost in that void. But you also can over control that and say, no, I'm not going to do that, and do something even better, you know? I've been trying to freelance my music skills as much as I can. I've been on it before. I don't know about... I would definitely, Cody, look up that for the time being, because the job market is really scuffed right now. I would definitely, obviously, like, continue to apply, but if you can't find a job, I would definitely look at getting onto unemployment, just so that the stress of, like, finding a paycheck is not there, you know what I mean? W Sierra, what? Tressa, what? Why do you feel that? Have you still been feeling that? W Osty for the heartbeat. Is it the same feelings as before? I feel like my nails look bad and I want to cry. Why is that? My For You page knows I'm having a bad day. What's going on, Sierra? I have PMDs so bad, week once a month, but it's so bad. I do Lego to distract my brain. Okay, Tori, don't spam, please. You messed them up. Happy little accidents. Happy little accidents, you know what I mean? What's up, Kayla? How we doing, Kayla? Sorry, guys, there's a lot of stuff going on right now, so I gotta lock myself in. I'm stupid when it comes to acronyms. PMD, what is PMD?
May you're so hot, please give me a jumping jack tutorial.
We all grew up together. We all moved to college together and everything. I miss them, man. I feel you. That's some, like... Bro, we need a downward dog tutorial. No, you're good, Tressa. You're not being annoying. I just want to know, like, do you feel like you have been taking my advice? Like, do you feel like you've been, like, putting what I've said into place? Be honest with yourself with that. Like, be truthful with yourself, you know? You don't have to answer it to me if you don't want to do that, but, like, answer that question to yourself, you know? Like, PMS on steroids, but, like, super gotcha. I wasn't sure if it was post-menstrual or it was, like, something else, but that's a tough one. It's like your brain just switches. Are there any types of, like therapy or professionals that specialize in that aren't, like, crazy expensive? Trying to quit Nick, bro. Any advice? I've never done anything addictive, but I would say, like, you have to find out your why. You know, you have to have a solid reason to why you don't want to do it and why you want to quit. You can't just be like, I want to quit. You have to have, like, a real reason. You know what I mean? And you have to put that as motivation, and don't rely on motivation. Rely on discipline, holding yourself accountable, and, like, not giving up when times get rough. You know what I mean? If you end up relapsing on it, if you end up not continuing the progress and you feel like you failed, don't go backwards. Don't just go back to your habits. Just keep trying. You know what I mean? What's up, Rplux? How we doing, Rplux? You're so easy to listen to and you give good advice. Guys, I'm not a professional. W Keeper Orland. I'm not a professional at all. I'm not also, like, I'm not the best at sometimes speaking. Sometimes I can speak, sometimes I can't. Yo, go, heads up, your mic is repeating, or on my end is at least. Is my mic good, guys? Don't skip on Azel. W Grin, how we doing, Grin? How we doing, Grin? Not for me. Sour candy. Let me go back through here. My doom scroll landed. Hell yeah, Orbit. Hell yeah. Doesn't even feel real anymore. Every time I wake up, I gotta go to text them and it hits me. Do you feel... So you're in college at the moment? What are you going to college for? I'm on meds and do therapy. I'm better at dealing with it now. Just mostly just having to get through it. Yeah, that's a stressful thing. Because, like, I don't... Is there any research on, like, things that potentially help it more than just, like, medication? Like, is it, like, a diet thing? Is it, like a activity thing or anything like that? Because I know there's some things that, like, if you eat this certain type of food or this type of diet, it helps with this, or blah, blah, blah. If you eat more iron or, like, different types of that, is there any type of true story? What's your true story, Sarita? I heard my name. W. Orlin. Sorry for retyping. My son had his first seizure. I'm just so scared he's going to have another one. Man. Do you know what caused it? Is it just random? Is there anything like... Is he on medication or anything? What's up, Meg? Philosophy and psychology. I know my brain is trying to fill the gaps as a coping mechanism, but it just hurts. So you probably struggle with, like, knowing, like, being aware of what's going on, but just, like, the pain, the human side of it. That's one thing I always say is, like, letting the human side of you, W. Elliot, letting the human side of you experience it, you know? Go through the motions, go through the pain, go through the sadness, the confusion, the emotion, and then on the outside of that, don't let yourself continue on that spiral, you know what I mean? Like, once you feel like you've gotten to a point where it's, like, it's something that you can overpower, that's the spot where you have to then, like, do the frustrating and hard work of, like, changing the way that you see life, the way that you perceive who you are, what your life is going to be, and stuff like that. But I think the most important thing, and especially nowadays with how much in the world there's, like, talking about analyzing yourself and analyzing everything and wanting to fix everything and being like, bang, 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 we all should be perfect, we all should figure it out. We have to be human, and we have to let our human emotions and our human feelings feel, you know? Allowing yourself to be vulnerable as a human is the best way to help yourself through. True, M. How we doing, M? It was unprovoked seizure. He's 8 and he has autism. He's got rescue meds, but if he has another one, he's considered epileptic. That's scary. The medical stuff, I won't lie, the medical stuff stumps me because it's something that I can't, like, give direct advice on, you know what I mean? And I know sometimes people aren't looking for advice, they're just looking to talk about it. But, I always like to be able to give at least some. That interest in very messed up history, potentially. W obsolete. And sorry, Purple App guys, I'll get you the TikTok's just moving really quickly. I would say, like, doing everything in your control to set yourself up so that if it happens, you know you've got all your ducks in a row, you know what I mean? I'm sure you've already done that, but, like, that's the really only thing that you can control, and then obviously, like, do the work that you're doing already to get into a situation where you can, like, figure out what's going on, but there's nothing really anyone can do. Yeah. And that's kind of, like, I like to always try to give perspective or advice or anything like that, but I know also sometimes people just want to talk, and that's also what this is here for, is just getting it out, you know? Feeling like you can just talk and explain what's going on. I've been trying to listen to you, but I keep getting those thoughts. I would say most importantly, Tressa, is, like, if you have those thoughts, that's obviously been built into you for a long period of time to repeat those thoughts. And you have to give yourself time to be able to rewire your brain and rework the way that you think. If somebody is perpetually in a state of fight or flight, their brain is going to be messed up and it's not going to have the tools and the stuff built to be able to respond to that properly. And you have to just kind of like continuously work on overpowering those thoughts that you have and not letting them control you. You know what I mean? I've heard this quote from a user on your TikTok. It goes like, your skin. I can recognize why I'm having the bad thoughts and just try to distract myself and not dwell on it. I've done research. I'm a nurse but haven't found a cure. I can recognize why I'm having the bad thoughts and just try to distract myself and not dwell on it. My therapist had me name the bully in my mind so I can say it's not me. Her name is Sheila. That's something that's really important as well. Like, what's up, Pike? Is, like, if you have that experience, if you have that type of pain, and you're going through something, like, making sure that those thoughts aren't you, and that you can overpower those thoughts. Because if you create a battle in your head of, like, it's you versus you, and you're the one doing all the shit to yourself, and, like, you're the problem, and you're the issue, it's like, no. Our brains are so fucked up, Loki. Our brains are so confused and so fucked up and so, like, overstimulated and overworked and over all sorts of stuff. Desensitized, dehumanized, that if we just try to be like, yeah, that's me, or like we try to beat ourselves up, it's never gonna work. We have to actively, like, realize that we in the driver's seat can overpower the negative thoughts that our brain is creating because it's malfunctioning. You know? W. Sasuke, you like the Monferno plushie? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Struggling which way? Anything. Not had. It doesn't have to be a specific way. It can be literally any way. You know? Let me get to my purple chat real quick. Let me see this. This woman who I've been dating on and off for over 10 years now just found out she's pregnant with another man's baby. I don't know if she's blocked me or not because her phone says the wireless customer is unavailable, but it still looks like my texts go through. I wasn't pretty sure I had seen her years ago, but I never had another one up to this point. I would say another, like, example of that type of thing, Geo, is that, like, Mr. Scratch for the follow is, or not an example, but, like, the past examples of, like, people getting cheated on and stuff like that. I would say, as difficult as it is to understand or to, like, really force yourself to realize, those types of people, Sarah for the heart me, those types of people are better gone than in your life. If somebody's going to do that to you, they are not somebody that you want in your life. And as much as the attachment hurts to be broken, in the long run, it will be healed by somebody that is going to treat you better, you know? She obviously didn't appreciate who you were and what she had, and now you get to experience somebody that appreciates you for who you are and what they can have, you know? Not hat for the tomato burst. Now single, cat missing, 70-hour work week, and gambling issues. Mr. Scratch for the freaking galaxy. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that, Mr. Scratch. You did not have to do that. Got me in a better headspace now. I'm glad that I did, and you got yourself in a better headspace, not just me. I may have helped guide you to it, but you were the one that applied the mindset to it, to your mind. You know what I mean? It wasn't me, it was you. I hope you know that. WM for the heart me. Although my parents are divorced, so I don't have to lose out on my dad at all. Wait, what? Gabs, I think your first message got censored. I think. Let me go back. How do we move on from verbally abusive mom? Selena, what kind of, like, if you're comfortable experiencing or like explaining it, what kind of abuse? Like, was it like about your self-esteem? Was it about your self-image? What kind of things did she say, if you don't mind talking about it? Also, Sarah, how we doing over there? So much worse knowing that in a few months I'll either move on or spiral, and right now I don't know which. That's the thing, though, Belly, is you can choose that. Like, with the work that you put in now, you can choose. You don't have to be uncertain with that. Like, you can accept that it's going to happen. Either, like, you're going to meet that crossroads, and you can put yourself in the best position to choose the decision that you want to choose at that moment. It's not something that, like, it will hit you and you'll be unprepared for. You can prepare yourself for that. And that's the scary thing, is like accepting that you might spiral. So how am I going to set myself up that I don't spiral too hard, or that I'm accustomed to being able to deal with that or stuff? I think sometimes acknowledging that you might have the bad thing happen helps you get to the good thing, because you're not afraid of it happening, you know? Does that make sense? W freaking Selena as well for the 6 months clean. I'm really extremely proud of you. W Midnax, is it Midnax or is it Midnax? How do I say her name? Thank you for the four roses. Anybody that has dealt with any type of like verbal abuse by anybody, you have to continuously push yourself to understand that it is not your fault. That anybody that is going to verbally abuse somebody or beat somebody down, as the same thing with bullies, as the same thing with like all of that stuff, people who hate on the internet, all of those things. W Mackie, how we doing, Mackie? If you're going to talk about other people in a negative way, if you're going to berate somebody, it is a direct example of who you are as a person rather than who the person is that you're talking about. If you're going to attack somebody and you're going to belittle them, that is you doing that's you opening your inner self up to be shown. It's not you, like, if you're on that other side, it's not you being the problem, it's the person being the problem. And you have to change that in your mind, that it's like, there's no reason for them to be saying this about me. There's no reason for me to be taking this and accepting this as what they are. I know myself. I'm okay with myself. And if you allow somebody to seep in and break your self-image, you just have to rewire that. Holy shit, I can't speak today. Rewire that in your brain to show yourself your love, to believe in yourself, and to understand that, like, no, I'm okay. I'm good. I'm all good. Like, it takes a lot of work, but, you know. What's up, Lex? How we doing, Lex? What's up, Toby? Just got back from football practice. How was it? I was shocked when my new boyfriend didn't yell at me the other day, and he was like, why would I? That's the thing. Like, you get so accustomed to the way people are negatively that you accept it as a reality, and then that's kind of like how the cycle happens where people get stuck in, is like, they think that that's the reality. Like, a lot of people that berate other people or hate other people or are mean to other people, it's because they experienced that at some point in their life, or they experienced needing to hate people in their life to make them feel better. And it's breaking your, like, pulling apart that relationship with that fixes that type of thing, you know? W Galaxy Man, Bride doom scrolled to your live. See? That's fate right there. That's fate. I've been eating better than before. Fire. I used to eat so much, but I'm trying to lower the amount. Eating some ham, chicken, and cheese. W freaking Val. I'm proud of you, Val. Hell yeah. Proud of you, Val. What helped me is thinking I would never say those things to someone. Absolutely. Absolutely. Midna, like Zelda Twilight Princess. I've never played Zelda before. I'm sure that everybody's going to leave my chat and tell me to go fuck myself. Me staring down my old managers while you say these. Real question, why is it so hard to break up with someone who hurts you really bad? I want to get the police involved. I just want to get away. That's the attachment part. I think. What's up, Sleepy James? My day is going wonderful. How is yours? How was yours? If you're in a relationship, I think that is like toxic like that. I think you need to hold yourself accountable, and you need to be honest with yourself. Don't blame yourself for it, but you have to respect yourself. You have to understand that you are doing yourself a disservice by staying around. That you are lowering your self-worth to that person's level, and you don't deserve that. You don't deserve the things that you are being put through. And a lot of the times a toxic relationship makes you feel like you're right where you need to be, or you're right where you belong. And that is not the case. Anybody that is in a toxic relationship on either side is not in a position where they should be in. They need to be separated, and they need to figure something out in life, whether it's figuring out who you are, how you need to be, what your toxic traits are, what you need to change, what you need to fix. But the biggest thing I would say for you, Mackie, is to see your self-worth and to really appreciate yourself and say, I don't deserve this. It will be better. And that's the thing is on the outside, you'll be able to see how beautiful life is when you're not being berated like that, and when you're not being hurt like that, you know? How do I know if I'm regular scroll? How do I know if I'm regular scrolling or doom scrolling? Doom scrolling is like, if you're just scrolling and you've got like a time span of like, I'm just going to scroll for a little bit. Doom scrolling is when you're scrolling for like 4 hours and you're just like mindlessly like an AI robot, just like doom scrolling. Just doom, you know what I mean? Trying to climb out of my old self. What do you mean, Galaxy? In what way? Sleepy James, what's going on? What's going on over there? Let me... Fingers crossed they stay that way. W. Fingers crossed as well. I felt like I was going to die with my... but a year later, I'm so happy. I didn't realize until later how bad it... Yeah. That's the thing, is you don't always realize how bad it is until you're on the outside. Join the council? What's the council, Solo Leveling? Hope to get this pizza spot near me for my birthday. Ooh, what kind of pizza would you get? Join the council. I've tried him, but when I told him I wanted to end it, yeah. Do you have a place you could stay, Mackie? Do you have a place that you could, like, separate yourself from that situation? What's up, Abby? I just found out my biological father passed, but I don't know how to feel because he was in... I'm sorry to hear that, Sleepy. James. Joined the council. Prison most of my life and only came out just once. I'm assuming, like, rough relationship. That's something that we talked about last week as well, that, how we doing, Abby? My dad has personal experience, like...
Kinda forgot I was in here.
W. Ryan. W. Chelsea, don't want to send a heart me and serious. You're good, Chelsea. You're good. No need to worry about that. Chelsea, how you been over there? My dad experienced not like the prison aspect of it, but my dad's biological mom recently passed away. And W. Frost, how we doing, Frost? And he never really had a solid relationship with her. It was like there was a lot of points of contention. There was a lot of roughness around that, pain, and he never really was close with her, and he was struggling with the feeling of like, am I going to go to her funeral? He really didn't even feel bad that she died. He didn't feel sad. He didn't feel upset about it. And he was going through that, and I kind of gave him the advice of like, you only know your situation, and you can compare yourself to outside things, like you can compare yourself to the status quo or what you should be doing or what you should feel, but you're the only one that knows how that feels. and you can't compare yourself or put like other people's emotions onto you. You have to feel like if you don't feel emotions about it, you can't force yourself to feel those emotions for it. And you can't feel guilty for not feeling that, you know? Yeah, they have a blood relationship to you and he is your dad, but at the same time, if he wasn't there for you and he really hurt you, you have to understand that, like, if that is a thing that really matters to you, you're perfectly fine in feeling that, you know? I think it's a really confusing thing because you might feel that type of, like, damn, I do feel weird that he's gone. Like, I do hurt that he's gone. But also at the same time, you have to be like, but I also understand and acknowledge that his actions broke the connection that we could have had that other people have. You know what I mean? W Crimson for the heart. Me, how we doing, Crimson? My wife and I are going through something really rough. Health scare. Is it? What's going on, Crimson? Is he in stable condition? WB for the friendship necklace. I appreciate you. W James for the heart, me. My washer broke. I swear if it could go wrong this year, it will. But think about it. All the bad luck is preparing you for positive luck in the future. You're hitting 5 go to jail cards in Monopoly, but you're about to hit freaking Boardwalk and wipe the entire board. Remember that. Wait, it is Mental Health Monday, so I'll be honest, not the best. Chelsea, you want to talk about it? If you want to talk about it, please do. I have to pay $130 for a book for school. I'm gonna fucking dude, just get one off of like eBay or something. Can you do that? Are you able to? Does anybody know if you can do that? Just know grief isn't linear. It hits at odd times. Yeah, and it hits so many different ways. I have cameras now. I try to keep them always recording so I have proof and unplugs them. First year, I went no condom with my mom in May, and I don't talk about it. How do you feel about that, Lex? Do you feel like that's healing for you? Thank you for that. I need, of course, James. Absolutely, of course. You're never gonna know how things are meant to go. You're never gonna know how life is supposed to go, and you're gonna have to constantly adapt to life. And there's no blueprint. There's no like specific way that you're meant to live your life. You know, or your relationships or anything like that. So you just kind of have to go with what you've got and experience what you've experienced. And feel that you're okay in doing that, you know? Like, give yourself the, like, grace in that situation of like, this is a complex thing. And I'm just gonna feel what I feel deep down inside in my gut what I should feel, you know? Trying not to... Tressa, don't... What does that serve you doing, you know? Like, what does hurting yourself do for you? All it does is just, like, it's a temporary solution to a temporary problem. You know, your life will get better, and if you continue to strengthen your mind of not allowing yourself to hurt yourself, you will build habits and build a better life and a better structure to your life that then you'll be able to be proud of in the future. You know, you'll be able to be in a better spot and look back and say that, like, I did the work there and now I'm in a better spot where I don't have those thoughts, you know? Found out I need a 9th knee surgery. Chelsea, was it what the stitches thing? My grandma and my mother-in-law both passed in a few months. My lord. I'm so sorry to hear. So you're like, though, there's some people, like, there's some things in life that it literally, like you said, that it, like, everything happens at the same time, and you literally just getting kicked over and over and over and over and over again. It's like a vicious cycle. And it's something that, like, you have to stay positive in it. and make the most out of it, and like the people that you love and the people that bring you positivity and the joy that you have in life, lose yourself in that, and understand that there will be like a cosmic bounce back for that. You know, it will. All of the struggle and pain will be. You'll experience the same amount on the opposite side. You'll experience the same joy, the same happiness, and really live in that when it happens. You know, play Fortnite. What's up, Raven? I started a new job today, but my bipolar has me in a depressive low. It's so hard to actually try. What kind of thoughts go through your head when you're in your low? Like how are you conversating in your head with yourself? I was also a caregiver for both of them. I'm trying to raise my I will say, and I hope you feel the same way about yourself, that like you are incredibly strong, and I'm incredibly proud of you for having to deal with all of that stuff and still having a positive mindset, because you seem very positive, and you seem, as much stress is going on in your life, you have a humor to it that you can use to better the situation, like better your mindset. And that's something that I feel that you'll be able to take that into any part of your life and any struggle, and be able to be as good as you possibly can be, you know? W. Loki, sleep well, have a good night. Thank you for freaking stopping by, you goat. I hope you're doing good. W. freaking Loki. My meniscus is torn for the 3rd time. God damn. I see my surgeon to make a game plan, but 100% need surgery. Just don't know exactly what. Hopefully this is one of those things that, like, they finally figure it the fuck out. What's up, Faith? Because you have dealt with this shit for way too long. Hopefully this is something that, like, I would definitely get, like, a 3rd opinion as well. Or get a 2nd opinion if you can. I don't know the logistics of that, but, like, don't be locked in on one. I know you like your surgeon, but if your meniscus is tearing so many times, I would just take caution and get, if you can, a 2nd opinion. My wife's dog got really sick in a week. That said, it was most likely, Landon, I'm so sorry to hear that. Landon, one of my regulars, Madman, is going through a similar thing of losing a long time animal, and it's like I continuously tell him that, like, you just have to feel that emotion and understand that, like, a companion like that, no matter if it's a human or an animal or anything, is going to leave a massive hole in your
Chelsea,
heart.
IDMEDU, but also
W Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Meniscus? It's
like, please just let yourself feel the human emotions, you know? Don't force yourself to like, not, you know? What do you think to yourself when you haven't talked to a friend in a while? I ask myself why. I ask myself if I'm being, like, disrespectful, and usually I message them. You know, there's a lot of times I'm very bad with, like, I'll go sprees of not messaging people, and most times that I get that thought of, like, man, I should message them, I try to make it a point to message them and to apologize and just be honest with them. You know, for a while I would give, like, fake excuses and bullshit reasons, but I've kind of started to try to be honest with it, of like, hey, I didn't message you because of this, and it's, like, the real reason. It's not some, like, fake BS thing. I do it because I hate myself in my life. But Tressa, like, why do you hate yourself? Like, what is the core reason of why you hate yourself, you know? My wife has explosive anger disorder. How do I keep my mind positive during those times? Faith, I would say, absolutely, lady. Absolutely. Also, I will get to your guys' messages. Sorry, I'm just scrolling through so I can read all of them. I would say, Faith, you have to separate it from yourself. I don't know if you feel at all like you blame yourself for it or like you internalize it, but that is the most important thing, is not internalizing it. Not putting the blame on yourself and making sure that you know that your wife, like, she may say things, and if you let them stick into your heart, it's like, don't disregard it. I think ultimately, if it gets to a point where you feel like it's just unbearable, either a conversation needs to be had, therapy needs to be had, or something, an intervention needs to be there. But like, what you can do to control it is not internalizing it. Realizing that, like, this is not me, this is because of this. This core thing right here, that is what's causing this, not me, or not, you know what I mean? Saving my first WB. I agree. Trying to get through the bad thoughts, to be honest, but the big one is that it doesn't matter / isn't worth it. Regarding that, like, nothing mattering, the idea that nothing matters, sorry, I can't fucking speak, WCO Snipes for the follow. The idea that nothing matters, and, like, it's not worth it, that is something that, like, realistically, you could make a claim for that. Every single person in life could make a claim for that. Like, literally every single thing, logistically, in the entire world, the world doesn't matter. The universe doesn't matter, but it does. It's there for a reason. It created for a reason. It sparked for a reason. All of these things happened. The dominoes all fell in their specific places for you to live a life. And that is the thing, is you have a reason. You have a why. You have a purpose. You have a whatever it is. You were put on this planet to do what you're meant to do. And that is solely for what you make it. And I use the example of myself that, like, for so long of my life, I felt like I had no purpose. I felt like I had no place in this world. I had no passion. Everything around me was useless. Everything around me served me no happiness. I was depressed all the time. I was sad. I was mad at the world. I was mad at myself. And the more I just realized that, like, sitting here having conversations like this and understanding people and listening to people and hearing the human story and helping people in whatever possible way that I can, or just giving people a perspective, gives me my, like, cosmic purpose. It shows me where I'm supposed to be. It shows me what I'm supposed to be doing. And if you don't buy into that, for so long I fought that, and so long I just, like, didn't put that energy into myself. You have to find your why. You have to find your reason. And that could be something that is like a blip on your timeline. It could be one thing that you do that gives you satisfaction, and then you do something else. But you're carrying that drive and that motivation and that purpose to whatever feels your purpose in that place. You might not have a purpose that's long tenured. Some people might have it where they do the same thing for the rest of their life, but you have to find out what serves you and how you can go about that, you know? Don't get addicted to just doing one thing. Get addicted to trying to figure out what your purpose is, you know? Sometimes the thing you're meant to do is simply live. True. I used to think I just wanted to leave. Now I have a nephew, and I'm like, now, W freaking Lunar. To me, it just feels like when I talk to someone, I feel like I need to expend more energy role-playing, but I want to talk to this person. What do you mean? Like, you act as somebody that you're not? What's up? Thank you, for Warwolf, for the follow. Granny and I haven't talked in a bit, and he messaged me yesterday and asked about gaming. We played for hours today and probably more. W freaking Chelsea. Yeah, that's the same thing with me. Like, Grin and I will go days without talking, and then we'll like, I'll randomly, he'll send me a TikTok, and I'll see his TikTok, or he'll come into chat, or I'll go into his chat, and even just lurking, you know what I mean? Just worry about my wife. She lost her mom to loot. I would just say, Landon, the best that you can do is just be around. Don't like push it, but just give her the space that she needs, and like give her the comfort that she needs. You know what I mean? Older wanted me to do stuff. Tune in. I've been. Man. Martian, are you still here? Also, W Cinnamon Toast Crunch. I'm sorry to hear that, Cinnamon Toast. Let me. Now the idea of lust just disgusts me. Like, I feel so much better and not like a creep, and the problem of lust is so far gone. Thanks for the advice. W Ash. I'm really proud of you, Ash. I hope you feel as proud as I feel about you as you do for yourself, you know? That's something that is incredibly powerful to do, and that shows you that no matter what you do in life, you can apply that same thing that you just did to any part of your life and succeed, you know? I have one request to ask. Let's hear it, lady. I feel like everything is always my fault and I can't open up to my family because they never listen. Tressa, that is a opinion that you put on yourself. You know, like, nothing explains you or explains to you that it is your fault. You put the definition of what is on your fault or what is like your fault and what it isn't. And there's times that you can have a positive relationship with things that you do wrong. There's times that you have understanding of like, yes, I fucked up there. I haven't been a perfect person. I'll get to that, Jordy. I haven't been a perfect person. I've said it before in like past conversations of like with my ex. I felt like I was in the wrong in that whole relationship. And I was young, I was immature, and I didn't see true love, and I wasn't ready to accept love because I was like not in a place of receiving it. And I can look back on that and not hate myself for being in the wrong, being the person that was in the wrong in that situation. I can look back on like my dad and I's relationship and our struggles and be like, okay, I've been through a lot of things. Him and I have been through a lot of things. I'm not going to blame him. I'm not going to blame myself. Things happen for a reason. And if you look at yourself as you're the problem and that it's negative for you to do anything wrong, you're never going to see the positive that you do, and you're never going to be able to believe in yourself. You know, you have to change the way that you look at yourself. And that's what I say, Tressa, is that it's so important for you to change the way that you perceive the world around you, because you're only going to see the deep, dark depths of life if you look for that, you know? If you're constantly trying to find the way that you fucked up, or the way that you don't matter, or the way that you don't deserve to live, or stuff like that, you're not going to see all the positives that you are, you know, and that you have. Jordy, I would say if you feel that you are racist, I think that's an internal thing that you have to deal with. That, like, why? Like, why do you feel the way that you feel? What causes you to feel that way? And why does it matter to you? You know, like, why does we all bleed the same blood? We all are the same people. We're all humans. So why does one culture or one race or anything mean they're any different to anybody else? You know, we're all humans. We all have the same bones. We have all the same, like, internals. Like, we're all human. You can't hate other people for what they can't control, you know? And it's something that, like, you have to have that conversation of why does that impact you? Why do you feel like you are that way, you know? Roleplay, and I want to talk normally, but all people want is roleplay. I would say, Larry, like, you have to, you might have to look in different areas, you know? If you look in, like, a roleplay server, people might be focused on just that, where if you went into, like, a regular gaming server, you went into like, a regular conversation server, you would be able to have more conversations with people just with that, you know? How do people work? Do college and have a life outside of that? It's all balance. It's finding out what works for you and how you want to live your life, what you want to put importance on, W0 Midnight, and figuring out how you balance that. And you can't apply somebody else's life to yours, you know? What do you feel overwhelms you the most? Lady, I will look at it, but I like if you're trying to have like a conversation with me outside, I don't really have conversations with people outside of stream unless it's something that's like a serious conversation, you know what I mean? Unless somebody's in my Discord, like I'll have conversations in my Discord, but I have a lot of people that DM me, so I can't really get back to everyone, you know what I mean? Life doesn't have to be perfect. Exactly, Next Generations. To be worth living, that just be you and you will succeed. Absolutely. You have to accept who you are and accept the way that you live, you know? Is it Kia? How do I say your name? But I appreciate you. Just took the first step, into getting help. I'm realized it's getting bad and finally ready for help. Lucky. I'm proud of you, Lucky. That takes a lot of courage and strength. And that in itself shows you that you can do whatever you want in this world. If you can accept that you're in a bad spot and that you need help, that in itself shows so much strength that like you can apply that to literally anything in your life and succeed. My mental health used to be so bad, but the music I listen to has helped a bunch. What kind of music do you listen to, Morgan? WM. Tressa, that's the thing, is you have to, that's what I mean. It like, I'm going to be completely honest with you, Tressa, and I don't say this to be hurtful or anything, but I pay attention to patterns, I pay attention to how people are, I pride myself with being able to understand people on a deeper level, because I've, as a child, had to try to analyze. That's part of my trauma, is having to like analyze people every single day to understand what I've done or what's going on. And your mindset is detrimental to you. Every time you come into chat, you're not speaking positively, you're not speaking happily, you're speaking of the negative. And that is what I mean by your mindset is sabotaging your perspective on life. And you're never going to get better if you don't deal with that. You have to change the way that you speak. You have to change the way that you, I can only say it so many times, you have to change the way that you experience your life. If you're constantly living your life and you're only seeing the negatives and you're only talking about the negatives, and you have people that care about you, so many people in this chat and with me have tried to show you that you matter and show that you care, or that we care. And if you constantly ignore that, or you can't pull yourself out of that negative point of view and perspective, like I continue to say, you're not going to be able to see the positive that is in life. That is why when people explain it and it's confusing and you're like, but I don't see it that way, it's because the other people are speaking from a different perspective. It's like in a video game. If you're looking from this way and there's a person looking from this way and there's a tree right here, you might not be able to see what they see. There might be a chest on the other side of that, and you're saying this map has dog shit loot, and that chest that they can see has a bunch of diamonds in it, and it's incredible. But you can't force yourself to think that life is the way of your perspective when you're only looking at it from one perspective, you know? And I hope you understand that and you can take that as a positive and not a negative thing, because it's not me like berating you or attacking you or anything, you know what I mean? What's up, stickers? W Copy Ninja for the army. How you doing, Copy Ninja? Love you too. Go. I'm gonna go now. I'm gonna start scrolling again. Are you gonna go live tomorrow? I will, but I won't be. I will be streaming Pokemon. Tomorrow is Pokemon Day. I want to make friends, but I feel like people are so rude nowadays, and I have so many bad friendships. I would say, like, don't commit to friends, you know? Like, you can go and make friends, but don't invest your emotions until you know that somebody is worth investing in. Just lost my uncle, and there was a wildfire that was so close to my house. And damn, Snips. Are professionals close by with the wildfire? You like Wendy's? I've never had Wendy's. W August. How we doing, August? This is how much you tell yourself. You have to believe it yourself. Absolutely. W August for sharing alive. Forrest, any advice to fix my jealousy? I would say to fix jealousy, you have to understand that it is out of your control. That, like, I don't know if it's a relationship or if it's just, like, people that you talk to you get jealous over. Gooning to you right now, okay? You have to control what's in your control, and you have to understand that if it's like a relationship thing, you cannot control other people. Other people can do literally whatever they want. You literally cannot force people to not act, and that's the scary part. But if you accept that and you learn to understand that and build yourself up so that you're the best version of you, that if somebody was to break your trust or act on what you're jealous of, you're in a good spot to say, that's not my fault. That's not my problem. That's them. And I'm up. You know what I mean? Top story stickers. But you stopped. You stopped the doom scroll. To have the right friends is really important. No one is born into this world to be alone. Absolutely, Copy Ninja. It's out of my control. It's too out of control and too windy. They're having to stay back. I would say there's so many people, if they're bad friends, and leave them behind and make new. I would say, like, that's a tough one. I would definitely try to invest positive energy into your situation. Like, if you can find a distraction or you can find something that, like, can get you by. But I also think, like, the stress that you're feeling is valid and understandable. And you might just have to feel that stress. You might just have to, like, accept that it is a traumatic experience that you're going through, but you will get through it, whatever happens. I always say prepare for the worst, expect the best. Like, you can prepare for the shittiest experience, the worst experience. Anthony W. Chase for the follow. But you can expect the best experience. So you're not dumbfounded or, like, blindsided if it goes bad, but you're also not in a negative mindset where you're like, shit, this is, like, it's going to go bad. And then you don't, like, speak it into existence. I think energy transfer is a real thing in the world, and if you put out positive energy into the world and into your situation, I think it will help at a bit, you know? Everything I'm jealous, I'm not rich, I'm jealous, I'm not skinny, I'm jealous, I'm not social. Thank you for that. That is true. Yeah, Forrest, I would say if you're, like, jealous of all things, you just have to do what's in your control. You have to stop looking outwards and look inwards. Like, what causes you to feel jealousy? Is it insecurity? Is it feeling like you're not enough? Is it feeling like you need to do more? And why is that a problem for you? Like, why does that really, really affect you deeply? And why aren't you happy with what you are? You know? Thank you for the good vibes. A band who shares the good vibes is Citizen Soldier. I'll have to look that up, Taku. I appreciate you. It's also important not to dwell things out of your control. True. I'm trying to listen to you. It's just hard. I feel you, Tressa, and it's not an instant thing. It's not an instant thing, and it's not something that will just snap and it will be fixed. But you have to, day by day, control your mindset and get little wins. And the more that you speak positively, the more you open yourself up to positivity, the more you'll see life in a positive mindset, you know? The more you'll be the... You think about a goofy thing is like SpongeBob, Squidward, Patrick. You look at Squidward. Squidward is always miserable. He's always angry. He's always depressed. He's always sad. And everybody else around him is trying to bring him up to a certain level. And there's moments where he realizes, oh shit, life is actually pretty good when you're happy. When you're not just miserable all the time. And that's his character. And it's showing you that there are positives in life. You can look at life and be negative all the time and hate life, and there's no point in doing that. It's only going to make life that perspective. Whereas there's other people, like SpongeBob and like everything, where they're just constantly freaking being happy and being proud of themselves and upbeat, you know? W. Dominic Reyes. Is that the real Dominic Reyes? W. James for the follow. W. Moose Books. You like my mushroom cup? That was somebody in chat gave me this. They sent me this. Nah, I wish. Ball knower. You're a ball knower. W. Riley. Just got done screaming at my girlfriend. Why did you scream at your girlfriend? Not. Why do you, is that something that you, like, need to work on? Toby, how we doing over there, goat? I don't think screaming at anybody is a positive or like at any way, not a positive. It's not a positive. But I don't think it's like I don't think it's something that is like valid at any level. I think being able to regulate your emotions and understand your emotions is something that everybody should strive to do. And if you can't regulate your emotions, you need to understand and learn how. You know, because she kept saying she was bored and whining for no reason earlier and wanted to mope around. I mean, you could have a conversation with her, though, that wouldn't result in screaming, no? Do you feel like you could have not screamed at her? Really dealing with some difficult things. Glad to be here. Dominic, if you want to talk about it, no pressure, but feel free. You're always safe here. Hey, I always feel like I'm messing up when I try to fix. I just mess up more, and it's a loop. Give me an example of, like, what you mess up, James, if you don't mind giving me that example. Like, what's a recent example that you did that you felt like you fucked up? What's my favorite Pokemon? My favorite Pokemon is Dark-type Urshifu, with a close second of the Goat Monferno. What's up, Deadly Dill? Did you watch the new Spider-Man? I did. I absolutely loved it. That was a movie that almost made me cry. That shit, like, hit me home. You know? That was kind of an experience, like, that's kind of an example of how I felt. But not like the happy, like, him doing, like, the honorful thing of, like, everybody forgetting him. But I kind of felt like that situation with my ex's situation. W Assassin, how we doing, Assassin? I'm worried because I don't want to lose everything, and if it's gone, I have nowhere for my horses. I would say, Snips, that, like, you can only hope for the best. Like, you can only be in control. I would say that most of the time, like, wildfires, unless they are, like, absolutely out of control, I think they would already be out of control to an extent, you know? I feel like we've got it pretty well down to a point where, like, the professionals are pretty good at getting them under control, and it might be something that, like, it's windy and it's out of control at the moment, but it could be a momentary thing, because there's so many different factors of it. It could go the other way, it could go different ways, the wind could blow it backwards, and I think I think you should have confidence in the professionals to be able to take care of it, you know? Assassin, how you doing over there, goat? Well, my mom, I feel like I'm pressuring myself to say the right thing and feel fucked if I say wrong. I would say, James, that, like, if you feel like you say something, like, what do you mean say something wrong? Like, something that upsets her? Or, like, that she does, that you, like, say something wrong in the way that she doesn't, like, that it pertains to her? Like, let's say you have an opinion and you say it, and then it's wrong to her, so then she gets mad at you for it? Is it like that kind of thing? I know when we first started dating, I tried that. It doesn't register unless I scream at her. I don't. Yeah, I would say if you feel like, I don't think that's a positive thing at all. I don't think you scream at somebody to be able to get your point across. I think that might mean that, like, you might need to be more communicative in other ways. W-Teeny Cherry? W-Teeny Cherry? How do I say your name? Thank you for the follow, though. Because if you put that out there, like, if you've tried and you think screaming at her is the only thing that registers, it sounds like you have not tried other avenues. You know? I don't think screaming at anybody helps in general. You know, started GoFundMe for a new vehicle. Recently got laid off and trying to just stay positive. Dominic, I feel for you. It like the job market and the economy and the world that we live in is a fucked up place. And I think the most important thing is like taking advantage of situations and things that are in place for it and not feeling guilty. I think GoFundMe is a good thing to do. I think taking unemployment is a good thing to do. I think the economy and the world takes advantage of us so many times that we can take advantage back. And I think the only way forward is through community and through building ourselves up. I think it's something that we can all apply, that like if we live through our neighbor and we live through our community, we can eventually get ourselves in a better spot in a small way, you know, because like we've gotten so far out where everything we rely on is like corporate or giant like production based things, where if we try to work more on like a individual basis, that's really the only way that we can figure it out, you know. W McGubblesauce for the follow. Sorry, I choked on my air. So anxious to start school. I was suspended for 3 months until... Why'd you get suspended? I thought you were Danny Moda for a second. Who is that, Hunter? Who's Danny Moda? It's French. Don't worry about it. Just call me Teeny. Bet. How we doing, Teeny? Appreciate you for the follow as well. She just always thinks she's right, and yeah, you're right. Is it me or is it her? Am I okay feeling it? Yeah, I would say, James, that like if you are afraid to say your opinion around your mom and she always feels like she's right, like I've said before to people, that is a result of her, and you need to not internalize that to yourself. You know, it's not as much as you as it is as her. You know what I mean? She's putting it on you, and she's an unevolved person to be able to not change her perspective or listen to different perspectives, and you actually can feel proud of yourself for being able to deal with that. Even though it overwhelms you and hurts you, you're still able to take that. You know, you're not the one like slamming your feet and getting angry and yelling or whatever because your opinion's wrong. You know what I mean? Like, that's something for you to feel proud of, James. And it's you just have to not internalize it. Like, it's not your fault that your mom can't deal with being wrong. You know? How would you help with alcohol withdrawal? That is something that I have no real opinion on or like advice on. WBD Pigeon. I would say so, Drop Top. I think having plants, absolutely. I think sunlight, plants, nature definitely helps with mental health. Yeah, I would say... Wait, we have the same name? W. McGarmans. W. Garrett. I would say, regarding, like, alcohol withdrawals, is you have to remember that, like, it's a process, and the frustrating part of it is that it's going to suck. And you have to understand that it's going to suck, and you have to get through the suck. I would definitely seek professional help so that you don't get yourself hurt even more. Like, I don't know the logistics of like how bad alcohol withdrawal gets, but I would say if it gets too bad, go and seek some type of professional to help you with it. But take your time. I would assume that hydrating a lot would help. That's one thing. I'm not like intelligent. I've never drank any alcohol in my life. So I want to try to educate myself more on that so I could give more of an opinion on like addiction and stuff like that. But I think the biggest thing is like, don't be afraid to get professional help, and remember that it's a battle that's you're constantly going to be fighting, and any win is a win, you know, and if it isn't pretty, you have to understand that you're fighting a long-term battle, and you might have to take a step back to take a step forward, you know? Someone say something about Danny Mota? Yeah, Gio, who's that? Who's that? What's up, the one unknown? W. Alex. A woman destroyed me completely. How so, Andrew? What's going on? What's going on over there? But yeah, I would definitely say if you guys are in a space where you're like constantly inside and you are dealing with depression, definitely get out and get some. Like I always say like physical activity. I think that is something that really helps. I know a lot of people kind of are hesitant on that type of thing because like you don't want to give any like, not hesitant, but like you don't want to feel like, man, I have to do this to get better, or like you're just running or whatever. But I think on the outside looking in, it doesn't look as beneficial as it is until you do it. I think like a lot of the things, getting into better shape, getting into a better like health spot can solve a lot of mental health problems that we have, or at least like diminish them a little bit to a point where we can then focus on other things. She has bipolar disorder, keeps blocking me and unblocking me. She doesn't consistently love me and it hurts. Andrew, I would say don't deal with that. W. Tapio for the follow. I would say just being honest with you. What's up, Aubrey? Yeah, I would say don't deal with that. Don't drop your self-love down to feel companionship, because you can feel companionship with somebody that's going to love you, like M said, 24/7. You don't have to experience a shit person just to experience a person. You know, you can experience somebody that loves you for you and doesn't have to put you through 55 million loops and break you. You know what I mean? W. Marzi for the follow. We pulled the plug on my stepdad. I'm so sorry to hear that, Kayla. I'm glad that I popped up on your For You page, Kayla. I'm really sorry that you're having to deal with that. She calls me, I'm folding every time. That's something that you need to hold yourself accountable on. What's up, Lexus? How we doing? What's up, Wolfheim? That's something that you have to hold yourself accountable, Andrew, and you are aware of it, and you're aware that you're not, like, good. It's not a good thing that you're folding for it. You have to experience what it's like saying no and respecting yourself and saying, no, I'm not going to deal with her. I'm not going to let somebody put me through this. And it's a tough thing, but you have to realize that being lonely is a result sometimes, or is like a necessary result in getting rid of somebody that's going to be shitty to you and that is shitty to you. What's up, Helly? That's how I say your name. I'm not struggling personally, but my friend is having issues with lust, and I don't really know what to say since I've never struggled myself. Jarella, I would say, have your friend, just try to give them advice that, like, it's something that is in their control. That they have to create, like, they have to create kind of a network that makes it easy for them to not make that choice. And they have to constantly make choices that are positive for themselves. And if you struggle with lust, that goes for anybody. If you struggle with lust, you have to make the right decision. And you have to delay your satisfaction. You have to understand what it's like to be like, this would feel good, I'm not going to do this, you know? And if it's something that you really struggle with, you have to force yourself to not make the decision that you want to make a lot of the times. Arabella, are you okay? Are you in, like, where are you at? Are you in the hospital? W. Van. Laying in my room. Is this like a in the moment thing right now? About an hour ago. I would definitely, if you have not already, please contact Alex, I would definitely contact a medical service if you haven't. If you're in a position that, like, it's that recent, I think definitely try to get yourself in a stable spot physically, you know what I mean? Not even mentally right now, but, like, physically, if you're in a, I don't know the details of it, but... And please just stay here and be, like, be in this moment, you know? We're all here with you. I'm glad that you are here. I know it hurts to have, like, to have done that. But the most important thing is that you're still here. Well, please, what, if you don't mind me asking, what brought you to that point? Like, what do you feel in your life that caused you to go to that point? And please don't feel, this goes for anybody. There's a lot of the times I don't want to say this in like a, that is never the answer, but please don't feel guilt for trying it, because that is exactly not what you need to do. You need to love yourself and learn to love yourself, you know? The most important thing is to not hate yourself for trying, because sometimes life gets exhausting and it's the only route that we think we should take, or that we think we can take, you know? Let me want to draw, but he's usually my quiet body double. He's helping a friend try to fix her PC, wanting to draw, but he's usually my quiet body double. What do you mean, Wolfheim? I've been lied to my whole life and used. I was just tired of it. Arabella, do you feel like was this something that a recent thing happened that really was like a trigger type thing? What's up, Stella? Also, Andrew, thank you for the finger heart. Let me go back and read some of these messages as well. A real question: is it okay to want something but despise yourself for it? What is that, Lexus? If you're still here, what do you want but you despise yourself for? W Don, glad I stumbled in this live. Good God works in mysterious ways. W Dominic, need a good multiplayer video game on iPhone to lock in with my fellow gamers. COD Mobile. I don't. Fortnite. Struggling because you stopped me from doom scrolling. I'm sorry, Griffin. Sorry about that. New mom in the trenches, just struggling to stay positive. Haley, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you for taking the step in here to a more positive light. You know what I mean? What's up, Jay? How we doing, Jay? Hardest part is asking for help. It really is. Dealing with so much I can't type all. Leo, if you need to like slowly type it out, please do. Monferno zooted. W Drexy. I recently lost the love of my life. And she now lives with my friend of 4 kids. Man. So I'm assuming you guys broke up. You guys are my friends. Only want me around when no one else is around. I don't think that's a result of you, though, Arabella. I don't think that's like, I don't think that's because of you. I think that's because of your friends, you know? I think that's a lack of them being evolved humans, or seeing who you are and how you are, and not appreciating you. And I think that's a positive example that you can find better friends. So it's something to be excited about, you know, that you can find people that care about you and love you and want to be around you, you know? I can tell you I'm happy when you're in my stream every single time. Every time I see you, I'm happy. And I know a lot of people around, as you can see, care about you. And sometimes we think the people that are around us, or the people that we think are friends, we put kind of like a grandiosity to them than they really are. And then when we realize, like, shit, I kind of lied to myself about those people. It's hard to digest that, you know? And I think sometimes realizing that, like, if people are gonna treat you like shit, fuck them. You know what I mean? Like that. That's a result of them. What's up, Cross? My partner 3 years just left me out of nowhere. No fight, no nothing. We were also planning our wedding. Jeez. Dude, was there any signs at all? What's up, Amelia? Elizabeth, do you feel like there were any signs or anything that like you could put a point a finger at? I have the 4 kids and he's been my friend for 10 years. That is like Denver, the most important thing is like the same thing that I'm talking about is if somebody's gonna do that to you on both sides, everything happens for a reason, and you are going to profit off of this. Not like profit in like a monetary way, but like you're gonna benefit from it. That it's going to seem shit right now, and it's probably going to be extremely painful for you for quite a bit of time, but it's going to be a thing that blossoms you into a better place that you can be at. I like to take everything at that mindset that like you're almost getting rid of the weeds, you're getting rid of the negative things that are draining you, and you might not have realized how long. Like, you might not have seen signs or factors or stuff like that, and you might come around to those later on in your life when you're like, damn, bro, when you're in a positive spot. Like, you dodged a bullet, but yeah, that's the thing. Like, any of those situations for, like, Denver, for Elizabeth, for anybody that's dealing with friends or with shitty partners or anything like that, you really did dodge a bullet. Like, you don't want to lower yourself. I appreciate that, Cross, and I appreciate you, Amelia, for the follow. You don't want to stoop yourself to somebody else's level that is much, much, much lower than you. W Elizabeth for the follow as well. Like it's so easy. It's so easy to drag yourself down to other people's level and to think that you're on that level, to like subject yourself to that. But in all reality, you're up here, but your level is being dragged down. So you're like matching that, you're bringing them up and they're bringing you down, so you're at a level. But that person is going to fall back down even further if they make a shit decision like they did. So they're going to fall all the way back down here, and you might drop down a bit, but you're going to go back to where you were at. You know? W Kitsune, how we doing, Kitsune? As someone who left a physical abusive marriage after a baby, I wish you would have left me sooner. W Lex. I'm proud of you, Lex. And that's the thing, is you can look at it through a perspective of like, I wasted my whole time, I wasted my life, I fucked up, I did all these things, but it's like you are actively doing yourself a service, and they're doing you a disservice by staying and by letting that happen. And then when you're doing yourself a disservice when it breaks down. It momentarily will feel like complete shit and like an inferno is burning you, but on the outside, on the mend, it's like, oh shit. Life is way better now that I'm like not blinded by this, you know? I appreciate that, Tracy. Thank you for that. What if you are the one who's worthless and the only person who made you feel normal ghosted you because of distance? I wouldn't say you're worthless, Cross. I would definitely not say you're worthless. What makes you feel like that, Cross? Absolutely, Cool Joey. Absolutely. W Tracy for the follow. What's going on, Joey? What are you struggling with? Danny Mata is a YouTuber. He also had an anime podcast with his friend Nick. It's called Otaku's Anonymous. Nick usually has an anime content with Danny has reaction content. Gotcha. W Tracy. Also, Romance, I will, let me go back and read your messages. Character somehow, so I added her on Discord to make her trusted connection. She say we kind of hit it off. She had this girl's support, right? Don't skip Pat because we know you saw long story short, seeing her. I'm all over. Yeah, romance. I would say romance. Are you here? W. Aloysa. How we doing, Aloysa? I have no future. I don't contribute anything to the world. W. Madison. Also, I'm really happy to hear that, Lex. Hell yeah. I would say, I'm using this as background noise while I pack. W. Thomas. I would say, Cross, if you feel like that, like, that's a temporary feeling. You know, you have full control over how you contribute to the world, and you might not realize what you contribute to the world. And you might have something that you can contribute to the world. For so long of my life, I felt like the same thing. I felt like I was just endlessly just a fuck up, and I was just basically living to die. And until I found my purpose and found something that brought me that, like, experience of joy, like true joy, I wouldn't have felt that, and I wouldn't have been able to see the perspective that I see now. So you just have to figure out what gives you purpose, what makes your life feel good, and you have to kind of invest in that and put your full effort into finding that path and making that path a thing. Got to get some surgery on my throat, and it's a little bit scary if I'm honest here. What kind of surgery is it, Joey? You're valid in being scary, but what scares you about it? Is it like just the uncertainty, or is it like the actual surgery of it? Some people don't like Jitterbug. I'm fine with any. There's people, like, every single age bracket needs help in life, you know? And, like, obviously I'm going to interact with people that aren't adults differently because of the subject matter and stuff. But I don't think, like, I think most importantly nowadays, kids need role models, and kids need a place to be able to understand that they're human and they're not like robots, and we all have problems. And honestly, a lot of the time, like, being a kid, you can feel like you're the issue, and sometimes you just need to hear somebody say that you're not the issue and that, like, life is going to be okay. You Cross for the follow on Purple app. I appreciate you. And for the follow on TikTok, and Jitterbug for the follow. Now, how did you know I was doom scrolling? I've got my ways. I've got my ways. I'm going to go read my book. W. Gabs. Sleep well. I will see you tomorrow, Gabs. Withered Danny Mata. W. Metal Fire. So last week it was Withered Cypher PK. Now it's Withered Danny Mata. GG, guys. GG. Like, if something goes wrong during the surgery, and I've heard of people who don't wake up. I would say, Joey, that's like a... W. Ashley. That's like a 0.01% chance. Of course, Cross, thank you for talking as well. Appreciate you. Yeah, why you inverted? Because I invert myself. I don't like the way that I look for inverted. Uninverted. I would say, to put into perspective, Joey, the amount of times you get into a car is higher likelihood of you getting into a car crash than that happening. And you don't perceive that the same. You know? W. Colin. Or I cranked it. Never mind. Not W. Colin. I need to read before I speak. Depression is heavy. 11 p.m. Still in bed. I'm slipping again, but conscious of it. It's odd. Amelia, do you go in, like, waves? Where you'll be good and then you'll slip? And do you feel like anything, like, is a result of that, or is it just kind of random? Probably because randomly started defending. Yeah, Jitterbug. I would talk to an adult about that. Like somebody close to you, I would bring that conversation up, because that is something that is not okay to talk about, like, with your family members, you know? And I feel like that should be nervous to sleep in the same room as him. Yeah, I would definitely say have a conversation with your aunt. And, like, don't if you don't feel comfortable, don't force yourself. Like, stand your ground on that. You know, I've told 3 adults and they don't care. Hey, are you forced to go to your aunt's? What's up, Silver Shark? How we doing, goat? Let me. Also, those docs go to school for like 12 years. Yeah, Waves. It's been downtrend for the last 4 months. Any Pokemon tonight? No, just talking tonight, and then we're playing Pokemon Unbound tomorrow for the whole stream. We used to blame it on the seasons, but at this point, I think it's just me. Why do you say that, Amelia? Like, what about you? Do you feel like, honestly, do you hold yourself accountable, or do you do things that kind of, that, like, you feel like hurt your mental state? What's up, Megalodon? No, Tressa, in these regards, in these streams, I'd rather everybody get the help that they need, you know what I mean? I obviously think that sometimes perspectives can change the younger that you are, and, like, the world can seem a lot worse than it is when you're younger, because you only see, like, things are very, it's all that you know. You haven't experienced a lot of things in your life, but I think it also helps to hear a lot of perspectives, you know? I finished my first day of college, WMX, how was it? How was it, MX? Does anyone else just cry and don't know why, or no, but don't want to admit it? I think that's, like, are you overwhelmed with, like, Book Goblin? Sammy. I appreciate that, Sammy. Seriously, that means a lot to me. Just cried for the first time after ending an abusive relationship 2 months ago. Hurt. I'm proud of you, Hurt. That's a good expression of feeling, you know what I mean? That's you feeling human, you know? Francesca, I appreciate you. Bless you for bringing it up to me, you know? Like, anybody that comes in here and says any kind words to me, please know that they, like, touch my heart and my soul on a different level, that, like, this type of interaction I love, and the fact that people also appreciate it and openly, like, I've had people ask me how I'm doing, and that is something that, like, it's a small gesture, but it's, like, that means so much to me, you know? Subtle self-sabotage and not being medicated due to money, health issues, just life, I'm tired. Yeah, I think sometimes it's when we're in, like, depressive states. W. Cole for the follow on the Red app. I think sometimes when we're in a depressive state, it's easy to feel like we can't do anything to get ourselves out of it, but we can. And that's kind of, like, depression a lot of the time it's like a bug in your head that tells you that you have no control over your life and that you can't fix anything and it's just how you are. But you can act in life and you can overpower those types of emotions and those types of like, the complacency of being in that moment. And I think that is on any level. You could do simple little things of, like, getting up and going for a walk, or cooking, or random things. I think this in itself, Amelia, you'll probably feel better about your situation after you get done with this stream, is like, okay, I just talked about this, and I just acknowledged this, and I just accepted this. And the more that you accept it, the more that you'll be able to work on it and get out of that position. You know what I mean? I think the biggest thing is just action. Like, if you feel like you need to do something, actively force yourself to do it if it's going to make you feel better, you know? I don't know, I feel a lot. I'm overwhelmed, and I've been having these panic attacks, and I don't know how to deal with it. Forgot my meds today, and I feel like I'm not here. Lake, do you, is it like a dissociative type of thing? What's up, Kaylee? I would say Book Goblin, if you are having, like, panic attacks and you get yourself overwhelmed, I've talked about this before, and I'll use the analogy again so people that are new here can experience it or understand it, that I use, like, anxiety, panic, rampant thoughts. I use the analogy that it's like a fly. And if you imagine a fly flying around your head, let's say it's like a summer day, and there's a fly flying around your room, or a mosquito or whatever, we all know that if you just let that fly or mosquito fly around, it's going to drive you insane. And if you're constantly trying to just ignore it and say, nope, it's not there, it's not there, it's not there, just ignore it, just go about my day, it's going to drive you insane. But if you actively acknowledge that the fly is in the room and you try to get rid of it, you're taking control and you're taking power of the situation. And in those moments of the panic or the anxiety, you have to treat it like it's a fly. That if you swat the fly, you acknowledge, okay, that's the fly right there. I'm going to swat that and I'm going to get rid of it and clean it out and clear it out. That in itself is taking control of the situation and taking control of your mindset. That's when I say, like, taking control of situations in your life, it means that. It's not just like, okay, I'm gonna pick this remote up or whatever, like that type of thing. It's like, no, I'm going to acknowledge that that is a problem, and I'm going to accept that that's a problem, and I'm going to deal with that problem in whatever way is possible. And that in itself, with panic and anxiety, you have to realize, yes, I'm feeling this way. Yes, this is confusing to me. Yes, this is for no reason. It might have this reason. It might be because of this. It might be whatever this. And I'm just going to understand that, and I'm going to stop it. I'm going to say, I don't need to feel this way. I'm okay. Everything is okay. Like, if it is something that overwhelms you and it's understandable, I am valid for being overwhelmed by this, but I don't need to get overwhelmed by this. I can breathe, you know? Crying, don't know why. Have you experienced trauma or loss of someone close that you find yourself thinking about sometimes? Those memories can come up subconsciously and cause you to cry without completely knowing why. Absolutely, Gio. Yeah, for anybody that just cries randomly, it could be a traumatic experience, like coming back up. You know what I mean? W. Lely for the follow. I'm Kitty, and I'm addicted to doom scrolling. I'm working on it. W. Kitty. You can only work on it, you know what I mean? It's not an instant thing, and it's day by day. Also, W. Jitterbug. It's day by day, you know? It's something that is an active skill, and that's the same thing of controlling. It is like, if you're doing something that is a negative, and you're constantly doom scrolling, you're constantly just giving into habitual stuff, you're reinforcing the skill and the mindset that you can't change these habits, that you can't fix these habits, that these are something that you're just destined to do, you know? Just got... oh, sorry, I keep choking on my word. Just got diagnosed MDD, feeling lost. Like, this is my identity. What is MDD, if you don't mind me asking? I've tried to stop from happening, but they happen anyways. Book Goblin, though, that's the thing, is you have to keep on trying. And you have to not hate yourself or get angry at yourself for if you fail, quote unquote. There's no such thing as failing. There's just not finding that route that works. You have to find a different route. My dad always says to me whenever I'm doing things, pick yourself back up, dust yourself off, and find another route. You can walk wherever you go. If you're looking at a mountain, the first people that looked at freaking Mount Kilimanjaro or Mount Everest looked at it, and a ton of people went up this way and didn't succeed. So they said, all right, well, let's go up this way. Let's go up that way. All of those people that were trying to climb Mount Everest knew that it was possible and said, I'm going to do that. And they had an idea, but they were just doing it wrong. And then eventually somebody figured it out. Obviously, that's not the best take because those people that didn't get there croaked. But it's metaphorically somebody, like all those attempts, eventually there was a successful attempt. And that made it so that people knew that they could do that. You know what I mean? Would you recommend me reading a book? I think so, Kupo. Yeah, I know it's a funny thing, but like, I've read a lot of self-help books. I think, honestly, like David Goggins' book, there's some positive in that. I don't agree with all of the things that he says. Obviously, the biggest one, Meditations. But any book, I think, is good. I think that's something that, like, slows your brain down and makes you actively, like, because you have to choose to read the book. And you have to sit there and, like, it trains your body to kind of slow down and not stimulate yourself and go crazy, you know? W. Kaylee for the follow. W. Seabass. Is it Seabass? Seabass? That's... How do I say your name? Thank you for the follow. W. the one involved for the follow. Now, Green Boots is considered a landmark. How ridiculous. What is Green Boots, Dylan? What's up, Squeaky? I found that when I feel like doom scrolling, I pick up a book and start to read. W. Kaylee. Any ideas on how to stop them? I would just say, like, you're not going to be able to stop. Like, you will be able to stop panic thoughts and, like, anxious thoughts. But you have to change the way, you have to understand that, like, there are going to be times that you have them and you can't stop them. That they're there, and you have to change the way that you go about giving them power. Because they only make you anxious and make you panicked if you allow them to make you panicked. You know, if you give them that type of power in your mind. My brother just moved out, and him and his girlfriend were the only thing I had. Mango, do you... Why does your dad yell at you? Like, what's... If you don't mind me asking. I know that's a personal question, but... Everest Landmark, W. Dillon. Ball knower right there. Final stop, W. Dillon as well. How about classics like Notes from Underground, Seneca, Dune, or No Longer Human, like those? Send it. Kupo, if you want to read or you feel like you should read, I would say read. I would say absolutely. But how could someone read if they don't know how to read? You gotta learn how to read, you know? You could slowly, day by day, teach yourself, or like if you're in school or anything like that, the first people didn't know how to read until they learned, you know? There's a reason why the curriculum is the way that it is, because people started learning how to read and then they refined it over time. The first people that learned how to read didn't have a curriculum or didn't have like an understanding. Let me... EMS, I'm kind of nervous because I have school tomorrow and don't know what to expect from my teacher. I would say you can't like expect anything from your teacher because you don't know. You have to come at it with a mindset that whatever comes from it, you will be ready for it. And that you can't, like, if you try to expect something, it's kind of like a test. If you try to, we've all probably been there before, where you expect something from a test and then the test is completely wrong and it totally derails you, even if you knew what the test was about. Or, like, it's still the same test. It just might have different answer orientations. You can visualize, you can do all that stuff, but if it ends up becoming not what you visualized, it will be confusing for you. So you have to do what's in your control, that, like, all right, no matter what happens, I'm prepared that I'm going in there to learn, or going in there to be appreciative of my teacher, or stuff like that. You know what I mean? Crippling depression and debt. What's at your core of your depression, user? I always ask that question. If you guys hear me ask that question a lot, I like to know, like, what is the core? You know, what causes you to have that crippling depression? The debt? And why is that, though? Because the debt is something that you can pay off, you know? W. Dillon for the follow. I love you and Harry Potter. Wow, when did you start TikTok? W. Junie B. Jones. I've heard that I do look like Daniel Radcliffe. I might be Daniel Radcliffe, guys, with an American accent. But how do I stop? I thought I just heard a mouse. My cat might have got one. W. Book Goblin for the follow. It's possible to read a book for me. I can read a chapter and then I can't remember anything I read. I mean, it's not impossible. You might just need to keep reading to build that skill. Also, I don't know. It's just whenever I do the little things, just this year has been, man. You slow down the yelling, but I have no one to talk to anymore. Mango, are you in school? Do you have like a guidance counselor in school? But how do I stop them making me feel? How do I help it? Book Goblin, you have to rationalize them. Like, what causes you to have the anxious thoughts? Give me an example of what you think of that causes you to have anxiety and to get anxious. You can make it back like nothing. Life has its ups and downs. W. Junior. Can't have anything good. Can't take care of my family. Can't be the same as everyone else. User, you can, though. You absolutely can. you're putting that mindset on yourself, you know? If you feel like you've lived that or you've done that, it's something that, like, that's a perspective that you're applying to your own life. You can make your life the way that you want to make it, and that you can make it. You know, you have to realize that yes, you might have made you've made decisions, or you've done things, or things have happened to you, or whatever, but at this moment, the next step you take is completely in your control, and you can make the best out of your life with that control, you know? W. Aisha just came in to say you don't look like Daniel Radcliffe. Are you saying that I look like dog shit? I love reading. I visualize what I'm reading. I've been called Cypher PK, if people know, Danny Mata, and Daniel Radcliffe now. Also, pre-serum Bucky Barnes. Timu Daniel Radcliffe. Yeah, I've been called a withered Cypher PK and Danny Mata, whatever his name is. I do, but it feels like nobody believes me. What do they say that makes you not believe? Makes you feel like they don't believe you, Mango? I'm starting with budgeting, bro. In what way, Jamal? Like spending your money when you budget, or like how you budget? Wish Cypher PK. Hello from rehab. Took me a while to accept it, but I know it's for the better. W. Stacy, I'm proud of you for taking the steps to help yourself, you know? I keep doom scrolling. I have to be at work early. Cross, go to sleep. Go to sleep. You gotta put the phone down. You gotta go to sleep. You'll fall asleep quickly if you do that. W. Architel, I appreciate you for appreciating me. Thought my life was over, but I changed my mindset. I've been sober for almost a month now. W. freaking Junie. I'm proud of you, Junie. And anytime I try to talk to him, he tells me he will show me your guidance counselor or your dad. Human husky? Am I a human husky? Wish you could take everyone's burden away from me too, Archtel. Me too. That's something that I struggle with, honestly. Doom scrolling, but have to take my daughter to school at 7 a.m. Guys, no, I just got off work, bro. You guys have to. What if I don't? Guys, if you want to doom scroll, you can choose to doom scroll. But it's a simple thing that you can fix in your life that you can apply to other things, you know? If you control the doom scrolling, it's such a simple thing. You can then apply that control in your life to other aspects of it and amplify your life tenfold. Because if you can stop something so simple and so addictive as scrolling on your phone for no reason, you could do literally whatever you want. Because these things are literally built to keep us addicted to them. That is why doom scrolling is a thing. Because they are literally manufactured. Everything on our phone is manufactured to keep us on them as long as possible. To get as much out of us as possible. So if you're able to, like, force yourself to break that loop, you're doing so much positive for yourself, you know? I have an audition for a musical, and I'm terrified for it, and I keep getting non-singing roles. Do you feel like that's something that like, you are in control of, or is it, like, do you feel like you don't sing to your fullest extent when you're there? Do you feel like you... Like, what kind of thing? Telling me on my phone. True. If you guys didn't doom scroll, you wouldn't have seen me, so... You know. It's true, I've been doom scrolling for 6 months. Help. Just perpetually, 6 months straight. You're just walking through your day. People tell me to delete the app, but low-key some good advice, and my mom tips are on here. That's the thing, is I think everything is good. We all know that. Everything is good in moderation. Like, you don't have to delete the apps. You learn how to control yourself to not abuse the apps. W. Monty for the follow. You need to learn how to have a positive relationship with these apps and with your phone and with all that stuff to like, you know, to positively think. I sing to my full extent. I even have the vocal lessons. Are you able to do multiple auditions, or is it just one? What does your mom yell at you about, Tressa? What? Give me an example. My dad, I've tried to tell my mom I don't feel safe, but Mango, what do you talk to your guidance counselor about? My TikTok hours on my phone is 16 plus hours or more. I would definitely try to drop that number down. Environment I left to heal. Oh, alcohol had controlled and ruined my life for a while, and I'm leaving. I have to go back to the same environment I left to heal. I'm scared of relapsing. I feel weak. Why are you sad, Bly? I think W Desiree for the follow. I think Stacy, like, if you put in the work, obviously your environment is going to be very hard to deal with, but if you put in and build the habits and you stay solid in your habits, I have confidence in you to be able to do that. You know, if you're in the spot where you're going and getting yourself professional help, that is showing you that you can put yourself in a situation where you do the hard thing. So you have to apply that same mindset into when you get back. That, like, give yourself steps to get out of that environment, but also realize that you are strong enough to be able to apply the habits that you've built to that situation, you know? I haven't talked to them, honestly. I'm scared they'll break my family apart. But Mango, if you feel like you're on a boat and the boat is sinking, it's got a hole in it and it keeps sinking, jumping out of that boat and getting into a better boat and letting everybody sit in different boats might be the best thing possible for you, you know? It might, talking to a professional might also help your parents be able to understand that they're in the wrong. Your dad might not see a perspective, he might be stuck in his ways, and getting a different type of perspective might push him to change, you know? You can't look at it as like you're going to break your family apart, because if your family is breaking you apart, you need to do something about that to help yourself, you know? I love that. Thank you. I'm my biggest enemy that I sometimes don't give myself grace. Yeah, I think we're all our biggest enemies, Stacey. It's really easy to hate ourselves, and it's really easy to be harsh on ourselves. And if you don't give yourself that grace, you're not going to be able to see how amazing you really are, you know? Like my daughter always sees me on my phone. I have mom guilt. Desiree, do you feel like you try to not, and then you just get like overtaken by it? Like you just do it anyways? What's up, Kay? But Tressa, like what is your mom like in that situation? Like why is she angry at you? Like what I think it's important to like, I don't know, I think the biggest thing is like talking to your guidance counselor like I talked to you about. You know, like when you go back to school, talk to your guidance counselor about everything that's going on. And really be honest with them. How long did it take for you to realize any of this, or was it common sense? I'll be honest, I self-sabotaged my life for fucking years. For years of my life, I was a, like, bona fide loser. Like, I would get a job, and I would quit the job, because I would get, like, overwhelmed with life. I would sit in my room, I would stay up all night, I would go to bed, I would wake up late in the day, play video games, eat, play video games, play video games. And I would have all the thoughts in my head right now that I do. I would have the perspective of like, oh, I know how to fix everybody else's life. I can give everybody else advice. I knew what I needed to do to fix myself. I knew what the steps that I needed to take. The good thing is I always kept myself in like good health and other good habits, but I just didn't have any fucking love for myself. I hated myself. I wanted to die. I wanted to not be here. I had no purpose, no passion for life. And it really took me a extremely traumatic experience to punch me in the fucking mouth and say, fix your shit, bro. Like, figure your shit out. And that's just being honest. I think sometimes it's hard to implement change and implement things that we need to do. And we have to just stub our toes 50,000 fucking times until it hurts too bad. And we realize, shit, bro, I just broke my fucking toe. I'm not going to do that anymore. And then you realize, I can't do that. And that was my experience. Like, I give advice to everybody, but I don't always take my own advice. I lay in my bed and fucking doom scroll. You know, I'm not perfect. I'll work out and I'm fucking doom scrolling on my phone. I'll lie to myself and say I'm researching TikTok stuff, trying to find, like, mental health quotes or post quotes or different, like, social media things to edit and stuff. W. Kinsley for the crown. I appreciate you. And L for the follow. I do all the things that I preach against, but I also actively try to apply my own advice now to myself because I've realized the only thing in the world that is in your control is you and your actions. And if you force yourself to act, that's the only way forward. And sometimes you just have to step in the bear trap to realize you need to act, you know? How to stop gooning and doom scrolling, it is all about choice. It's all about, like, understanding that, like, I can make this choice, I can choose this route, but is this route detrimental to me? Am I going to get mad at myself and am I going to do myself a disservice by actively making this choice? And you have to make the right choice over and over and over again. You have to put your own, like, self-satisfaction beside yourself and just say, I'm going to be positive, I'm going to be happy, and I'm going to make the right choice. And it's not going to be the one that is going to be just self-soothing, you know? I'm on the verge right now. Boy, what's causing you? I can tell you for sure, W. Ty, that is never the answer. As somebody who has been on that doorstep before, I can truthfully say that, like, life gets better, and it can seem extremely dark. It can seem extremely, extremely, extremely exhausting, and it is. But the most important thing that in that moment that you realize that you can get better, you know, that life can get better. But I would definitely implore you, if you feel comfortable about talking about it, like, what is causing you to feel the way that you feel, and that like, that's the answer for you, you know? W. Aaliyah. I was thrilled, though. I hope you see. Spuds, I'm glad you're here. I am really glad you're here. What's up, Bunny? How we doing, Bunny? Also, if I miss your guys' message, I'll try to get back to it. Don't worry. W. Spuds for the follow. And if Desiree, if you I try my best. W. Spuds for the heart me. That goes for anybody. If you guys are struggling and you don't want to talk about it openly on stream, you guys can DM me. I also have in my Discord, in my TikTok bio, the link in there all the way at the bottom. There's the Ape Gang, which is my server. It's like my community server, and in there I have all sorts of channels that are for mental health, venting, advice, all of that stuff. So if you guys need a place where you want to be in a private setting and you need to talk about it because you don't feel comfortable, I can't always get back immediately, but I will try my best to get back as fast as possible. You know what I mean? W. Bunny for the follow. W. Zan, Mom. W. Dean Withers. I'm 14. Two of my homeboys are, Boy Wonder. I would say, like, your life is, when you're younger, it's hard to understand that the world is a very small percentage, you know? Like, what you're experiencing right now is a blur. And it's something that, like, seems like everything is closing in around you. I would say, like, regarding you feeling ugly, I would definitely say that, like, that is obviously an indicator that you have self-esteem issues, and that's something that you can work on. So feel positive about being able to change that, you know, like the self-love side of it. I would say most importantly is, like, if life is feeling repetitive, do things to change your life up that benefit you. Do the things that scare you. Do the things that you know you're meant to do, but you don't do it. Whether that is because you are too lazy, or you're too, like, you just pick the easy thing to do, or you don't want to do it, or stuff like that. I think there's so many options in your life to make it less repetitive and to make it joyful, and it might be something that, like, you have to push yourself on that, you know? You have to see your life in a different way. Being ugly is opinion-based, hard to change your own opinion on yourself. That's the thing, though, is it's opinion-based, but you can also change that, because you can change the way that you perceive yourself and that you love yourself. You know? W. Eden for the follow. I'm 31 with severe health anxiety, and I fear I'm starting to be agoraphobic. It's so exhausting. Do you go to therapy for that? WLW. How we doing, LW? W. Dill Pickle for the follow, and the Rose. My page, I have mental health issues, severe issues, and I'm so happy someone is advocating. W. Dean Withers. He just yells at me for no reason. Tressa, do you plan on talking to your guidance counselor? W. Justin for the Heartme and the follow and the Rose. I think your advice from last time helped. I've been talking with more people. WLW, I'm proud of you, LW. And remember, that's you enacting my advice. That's not my advice doing it for you. That's you doing it. You know what I mean? What's up, Azel? I don't know why people say lazy like I'm not. Say lazy like I'm not. I have parents that. No, I'm not saying you are lazy. I'm saying if you feel like you're lazy, if you feel like there's things that you aren't doing that you could be doing, like, I don't think that I think we all can hold ourselves accountable that we might not be doing enough, that we might not be doing what we need to do to better our lives. And that's what I mean. I don't mean like that you're lazy, or, you know what I mean? So what you got, I stop. What's up, Jayla? How we doing, Jayla? What's up, Is? No therapy. I'm starting to think it's time to get that help. Kat, I would say that like, if you feel like it's time for that, I definitely would recommend looking into that. You know, I would definitely look into getting professional help and look at how that would help you. And the most important thing with anybody regarding therapy is to actually hold yourself accountable and do what they ask of you. You know, because you can only do so much, but they can only help you so much if you don't do the work. You know what I mean? What's up, Zero? Where did you buy the shirt? I honestly don't remember. I got it a long time ago. Also, W Smash. How we doing, Smash? A Sweetwater sticker above a fish is tough, not gonna lie. W stars. Fuck with it. I've had for a month, but I've had the thought the whole month. Book Goblin, that shows you that's what I mean with your what you were talking about with your anxious thoughts. That's something that you're showing yourself that you can overpower your own thoughts. You've had that thought, you've had those thoughts, and you've not done it. That shows you that you can do that and you have that skill. Going to court tomorrow because my dad is fighting for custody and my sister had a way to stay. Sharpness, how do you feel about like the result of that? Urshifu single strike and rapid strike, Sweetwater and W Frog. I appreciate you, Frog. 11:52 in New York right now. 11:52 in New Hampshire as well. W Frog, you fuck with him? Your boy got some culture in you, right? What's up, Jesse? Thank you. Was doom scrolling and needed to hear some of this. I appreciate you. Absolutely, Kat. And I appreciate you and anybody that comes in here and talks about things. Because that's something that is extremely important to me, you know? I'm making good progress. I don't think it's as cooked as I thought it is, but I'm not pressuring none. W Azel. I'm happy to hear that, Azel. Goat. I have a therapist, but I'm stuck in my trauma, my abusive ex. I have nightmares every night. Do you feel, Desiree, do you feel like your therapist like helps you break that down, or do you feel like they kind of spark it? Absolutely, Jesse. Where are you looking? I'm looking at chat. I've got my chat on the bottom. So you guys are down there for me. W Mango, I appreciate you, Mango. Mango, if you need to DM me or you need to talk about it as well, all of my streams, I don't stream like this every single day. These are usually my Mondays, but that goes for anybody. My regular streams are also a place where you can come in and talk about this stuff, as well as my DMs, as well as my Discord and my bio. Don't ever feel like you need to be quiet or like you can't talk about your issues. If I need to pause my stream and talk to somebody about something, I will, or I will talk about it while I'm streaming on my regular game streams, you know? Do the gritty. I've lost all motivation for my path. I'm making music. I've realized I don't recognize myself. What's pushed you off your path, Jordan? Like what has derailed that? Has there been something, or have you got like burned out? Doom scrolling because I got my wisdom teeth removed. How long ago did you? Is that just today? I don't have a counselor, but I should get one. I agree, Dill. Doom scrolling to distract myself from relapsing. I don't feel human anymore. I would definitely say feel. That's the thing is I don't necessarily think doom scrolling is a negative thing, and I hope that you guys don't attack yourselves for doing it, because in that thing, in that very thing, Ariana, you're actively not doing something that's gonna harm you, and that you have to change that dynamic of yeah, you might be doom scrolling to distract yourself, but you're also distracting yourself. You are choosing not to do it. That is a choice that you are making. Even if it's something that you might feel like is a distraction, and you're just kind of on to the next, you're still making that active choice, and that shows you yourself that you cannot self-harm yourself, you know? W Strix. You can... That is showing you that you have the skill right there. Depends on the rabbit's home you go down into. Rabbit hole, right? I'm a loser, bro. I realize this. Why, Lord of Piz? Told my school counselor my problems and got them blurted out in front of the entire class. I would talk to the principal about that, or somebody in more of a power position. XV. He was going because I got CT results and need spinal surgery again. I'm so sorry to hear that. How many surgeries have you had? I see I'm on Perno Plush, and I'm interested. I hear anti-self-talk, and I sit and stay. W. Andre. Yeah, I will be streaming Pokemon tomorrow. I'll be playing a Pokemon Unbound Nuzlocke. So if you guys like Pokemon at all, I will be streaming that tomorrow. W. Andre for the follow. Been feeling down because my disability is really bad right now. What makes you feel bad about it, Ghoul? Do you feel like the pain brings you down, or the fact, or do you feel guilty of yourself? W ignore. Asshole, I literally responded to your message, but you weren't in here. W ignore for you, asshole. I'm so sorry to hear that, Rory. Rory, do you have friends around you or family that you can be around? W. Dean Withers. Struggling because I've got back problems, which make it hard to work enough alongside ADHD. And after bills, even if I can pay them all, I'm usually left with maybe $10, no exaggeration. Do you have a hobby that you do that you feel like you might be able to monetize in any way that you would actually really enjoy? W ignoring. No, Azel, I said that's freaking awesome. I'm proud of you. I'm happy that that's the case. And it soothes my heart that you're doing better. I was talking to my parents about that over the weekend, and I'm like, this shit fucks me up, bro. This shit gets my heart going, dude. How do I get rid of nightmares? Nightmares are I would say with nightmares is you have to figure out your mindset before you go to sleep. You have to calm yourself before you go to sleep, because I think sometimes maybe, I don't know the psychology of nightmares or the physiology. Nightmares are caused a lot of the time, I feel, by your mind state as the day goes on and while you're going into sleep. I could be wrong. I could be completely fucking wrong. But I have a business idea, but you need capital to start one. True. But not exactly. You could start on a lower level, on a level that is more it depends on what kind of business it is, but if it's something that you can do for free, I would recommend just trying it for free, and even if it's not even a monetary thing, just I don't know, it's W Strix. It's one of those things I think in those situations you have to find something that you really enjoy to kind of hold yourself together until you can get to the next step, because I think everybody has a next step in life, you know? He says I don't have trauma, but I think I do. Is that your dad, Mango? Pray for my family tonight. Tomorrow we're on the streets. Christian, I'm praying for you. I'm sending you all of my good energy. I'm really sorry that you have to deal with that. Loki, it's been the worst month for me. What's going on, Stevie? Also, W my tears for the follow. I feel like I just wasted like 4 to 5 hours of my life because nobody's gonna watch it. The video? Nah, you created. Even if nobody watches it, you never know when you're gonna blow up. You know? You never know when people are gonna watch that. And it's not about the aspect of like, if people are gonna watch it, you have to lose yourself in the aspect of doing it. You know? Tressa, I would say, like, I don't think that why don't you trust them? What about them makes you not trust them? Also upset because I need to go out and do stuff by myself, but I'm so scared I'm gonna pass out by myself. I would say that's something. What are the odds do you feel that you would pass out? Like, could you put a number to it? If you love doing content, do it for yourself, not for the people. Absolutely, Strix. I got told today that my family business is out of money and my mom, the owner, is bankrupt. Man. Is that... Like, if you're going to pass out, my recommendation is stay on the phone. True, Christopher, absolutely. I lost my job, my family business is gone. I'm sorry to hear. What's up, Pyro? How we doing, Pyro? Thank you, Johnny Mac, for the follow. I would most definitely say if you have at all the ability to, what's up, Cupcake Studios? If you have at all the ability to have a family business, even if it doesn't end out right, that shows you guys have the ability to make it work, you know? It might be a very disruptive and unknown experience right now, but you guys have a foundation that you can apply to other things that will push you further into life. You know what I mean? I think like find confidence in knowing that you guys will figure it out. You know? What's up, Crispy? Thank you for the follow. W Omar, how we doing, Omar? I don't trust them because I've had bad experiences with counselors in the past. But trust that you've also had bad experiences with your family and your experience, you know? So you can't apply your past experiences to future people because you're not giving them a chance to even show you that there's a positive, you know? And you're just going to be stuck in the situation that you're in. W. Grady for the follow and for the heart me. I appreciate you. My hope is to look into another company within our industry. Good. I'm glad you have a plan, Stevie. And that's something that, like, that's really important. And that shows that you guys will make a positive because you have a plan and you have a mindset that's positive, you know? Why are you insecure, Omar? I'm struggling. I don't know how to say, but I want to give Crispy, I would say the most important thing is you realize that is not the answer. You Grady for the 7 Dolphins. What's up, Zachron? Taking yourself out for anybody is not the answer. I think life can get extremely dark at times. It can get exhausting, but at every point in life, it challenges you, and you have the ability to make your life what you want it. And if you give up, you'll never see the potential life that you've been able to live or would be able to live if you struck your passion. W. Brittany. And that's something that you got to look at of like, you have so much potential and you're seeing life through a negative veil right now. And if you push through this and you apply this strength that you're going to build right now to the rest of your life, you'll be able to see how beautiful and how incredible you are as a person, you know? W. Rory for the follow. But I can't talk to them because I have... Well, you can write, though, Tressa. You can write. You could use, like, a voice, like, voice-to-speech or text-to-speech type thing. That's what I mean, Tressa, is you've gotta pull yourself out of that box that you're in. Because you can. And if you say that you can't, and you can't do anything, that's the reality that you make of it, you know? I need to apply for SSI, and I'm scared to. What is SSI? Thanks for letting me rant, y'all. Absolutely. W, Stevie, and everything will be good, Stevie. Also, Strix, you are all good. Don't ever feel like you need to gift or anything like that, seriously. I will say this so many times that, like, this in itself is way more of a monetary gift to me, or way more of a gift to me than any monetary value. Like, this truly, like, pays me more than any money could ever have, honestly. I need motivation to post again in 3 days. I need a schedule. W. Omar for the follow. If you need a schedule, make that schedule. Put yourself on a schedule. W. Nick for the follow. Let me go back and read Omar's. Male 41, never been in a relationship. I feel like a loser. It might just not be your time, you know? Life is something that, like, there's no blueprint on it. There is no timeline. There is no way that you need to live life, or you're supposed to live life, or it's supposed to go. And it's all about just accepting the life that you live and the version of you that you are, and loving yourself for that. Because we only get one life. We only get one body. We only get one person. And you are unique and amazing in your own self. And if you constantly compare yourself outwards, you'll never be happy, because everybody else... There's always a person with a better look, with a better life, with a better thing, with a better everything. Every single thing that you do, there will always be a person that is better than you at it, or has something better, or is something better, or does something better. So you have to look at yourself of, like, I'm pretty cool, I'm pretty awesome, and I'm living my life the way that I want to live it. And if it is the way that I'm meant to live it, and I'm taking it slower, that's perfectly fine, because it's your life. You know, you have to stop fighting yourself for that. You have to stop hating yourself for that, because you're just living your life, you know? I'm 21 and single, but I got my video game, so I'm good. W. Strix. What do you dill pickle for the 10 roses as well? I've been found my whole life, and recently I broke a chair by sitting on it. I feel like a chud. Viper, what stops you from... This is... W. Omar for the heart meat. This is something that I like having this conversation, but I never want it to come off as, like, rude or anything like that. But, like, I'm somebody who is big into fitness and big into health, and I think that getting yourself in a better physical space, in a better health space, also transcribes equally to your mental health. If you're more confident in yourself, if you can push yourself more in workouts, if you can experience what it's like to lose weight and get into a better spot, I think that shows you so much of yourself mentally. What do you feel, Viper, stops you from, if you are going to lose weight? Is it like the food side of it? Is the activity side of it? What kind of, like, what's your wall or your roadblock? You know what I mean? W Jenna, W Alexa. What's up, Death? I just doom scrolled when I got bored. I just doom scroll when I get bored. See? That's usually what happens, honestly, Death. I'm into fitness. I want to make music to cope with emotions. What kind of music do you make, James? That's pretty sick. I need to stop bed rotting, and I'm lacking iron badly. It's getting really bad. You know what you need to do, Ash. Now you just got to do it. You got to hold yourself accountable and force yourself to make that decision, you know? And you'll be happy with yourself when you do. I'm scared to sleep because I'm scared to lose another person. W Ami, how we doing, Ami? Try to keep leaving. Someone keeps inviting. You're good, Dean Withers. You're good. Not good. What's going on, Ami? What's up, Seppa? I would say Rory, you have to... Losing somebody is a reality of life. And it's something that will happen, and you can't fight it. You know what I mean? You just have to live your life and accept that, like, you will be able to react. You've been able to get through it. You've been able to react positively from it. But you can't live your life in fear because that's only going to hold you in place, you know? What's up, Sky? I think I'm going back to my old swim team because that's when I was so focused on meat. W Strix. Do that, Strix, absolutely. I've tried working out, but every time I go to the gym, I feel like people judge me. Currently going through prepartum, and if I were no longer here, only 3 people would care. I would care. Make that 4, throat goats. Make that 4. I would care. You have a lot of potential, and you have a lot of worth in this world, you know? Viper, I would say it is a real thing. You had to put... Oh, man, I'm so sorry to hear that. I've been crying all day. Valid. I'm so sorry, Ami. Man, there's been so many, like Madman has lost his baby. Like, Ami, do you feel like... I've had her since... That is... As I've said to everybody, make sure you let yourself feel those emotions. Let yourself go through that, you know? Like, not go through it, but, like, let yourself cry. Let yourself be angry. Let yourself grieve, you know? Viper, I would say, I tried going to the gym a couple of times, lost motivation. I would say anybody that is heavier or not in the best shape that they feel and they want to go to the gym, I would say, most importantly, you have to realize that people in the gym that are in there are actually looking at you as motivation and inspiration. You can look at the people that are going to judge you. There's going to be people in life that are going to judge you. But there's going to be the same people that are going to judge you, whether you go in there and you're ripped or you go in there and whatever. You know what I mean? Like, you could be absolutely jacked and go in there, and other people could be judging you because you're not lifting the amount of weight that they think you should, or you do this differently or whatever. Every single person is like, at any rate, is going to get judged going anywhere in life. But specifically the people that are trying to better themselves in their life, you have to look at the positive side of it, of like all the people that are in there that are looking at you and saying, that person is going in there and they are trying to be a better version of them. I am so proud of that person. I am inspired by that person. I can tell you that there is so many people in a gym that see you and are absolutely motivated by you. So that's something that if you are heavier and you go into a gym, or you're out of a gym, even if you're not heavy, even if you're skinnier and you feel weak and you go in there and you're not lifting the same amount of weights, you have to go in there and realize that you are bettering yourself, and you're gonna obtain positive judgment from people, because they're gonna be like, oh my god, that person is so, like, they're putting themselves in a vulnerable position, you know? But insurance is denied. Yeah, she was my everything. I'm so sorry, Ami. I remember losing my cat, Maggie, my childhood cat, and that was like... That was heartbreaking. But it's one of those things that it also, like, you learn to find the love that they had in other things. You know what I mean? Like you see the love that they were, and you see them in other parts of your life. And then it becomes almost like a positive, happy memories, you know? What's up, Hannah? Thank you for the follow. Let me scroll back on some of these. Sorry, guys. I had to give my dog up for adoption because I couldn't keep him where I... Anything to do with animals is like a freaking heartbreaker. Like an omega heartbreaker. I love my kids so much, but miss being a person. I feel you on that, Caitlin. Dealing with late onset postpartum depression, and it's just rough. I would say, like, if you feel... I would definitely, like, obviously, like you're doing, talk about it, but also, like, if you have, I don't fully know if there's like professional therapy and stuff like that for that world, but I would definitely say if you possibly can, definitely go and try to get, if anybody's in those types of spots, I would definitely try to get professional help to understand that type of like dynamic, you know? Does anyone want digital support with some IRL tasks? What does that mean? I'm just so sad. No reason. Oh well. Cletus, sometimes it's like that. Sometimes we just have moments where we're just sad, you know? People destroy my mental health. Sojo, I feel that. Sometimes we gotta look inwards, and try to bulletproof our mind of like, why do people hurt your mental health? You know, like what do they do that hurts your mental health? How can you go about not letting that affect you? That type of thing, you know. Things I've seen myself as well, even if I'm not trans-masculine, not anymore at least. What made you not go that way, Ash? What made you stop from that? So it doesn't help that my parents buy super processed foods and I've been rejected by 35 jobs. But Viper, that's what I mean is like seeing the positives is like, absolutely, crisp cheese. Absolutely. But Viper, I would say that shows resilience for you. And you can transfer that. It's like a video game skill. Like if you're constantly trying to do something, you're building your skills up. You're going to get a higher skill than somebody who's going to give up instantly or is going to instantly get the job or instantly get the thing that works. So you're able to transfer that skill to anything else in life. If you level up that skill so much, that resilience skill, you can then take that and put it anywhere else and say, I've done this before, I've been through that toughness, I can apply that to something else, you know? What's up, Hannah? My brain won't believe it. I miss her, but I don't want to bother her. I also can't believe Maddie broke up with me. I would say if somebody breaks up with you, like, the only thing that you really can do is like, work on yourself and try to move on from the situation, you know? Unless it's something that, like, you felt like, bro, why do we have the same puffer and mushroom mug? What's a puffer? What's a puffer? I might be stupid. Also, W mushroom mug. That's from Ami. W Ami. We have not had a baby in the house for over 20 plus years. Do you guys think you'll get another one, like, soon, Ami? My girlfriend of over a year has told me that she feels empty and unfulfilled in life. I think she's done. Lincoln, do you feel like she does things that are, like, truly purposeful for her? You have a plant in yours? Should I plant something in that? That's a good idea. Anna, that's a fire idea. Also, what's a puffer? Did you answer that and I didn't see it? I have a home workout plan. I'm going to try it to put in action. W Viper. I'm proud of you, Viper. Absolutely do that. It starts with little baby steps, and the more that you push yourself, the more you'll realize that you can.
Get you a succulent for the mushroom pod.
That would be fire, dude. That would be fire. W Lala for the follow. Stuffy! Which one? Which one of them? Do you have a monkey? Or do you have the Monferno? W Viper. Little cactus! Ooh. No, she was perfect for her whole life, maybe in a year or so. Ami, I think sometimes... I think reincarnation is a real thing, and I think it will probably be something that falls right into your lap, and it fully... Like, it doesn't fill the void, you know what I mean? But, like, some opportunity will come around, and you'll be like, okay, that's it. You know what I mean? Out of my soul dot. It's fun. I would bring him home today. Bittersweet. Kiki, that is a, like, that's been a lot of the conversation today. We've had a lot of people in the community losing animals, and it's like, I think losing an animal is one of the most painful things, honestly. I think it carries an even deeper pain because they are we spend literally so much time with them. You know what I mean? That's funny you say that, because I thought she was a reincarnation of my cat when I was... That's what I mean! There's multiple like, I think that's really true. Not gonna lie. The crochet, but with a closer look, it's not the same as mine, but colors are close. Yeah, these were both made by my chat. Both the crocheted ones were made by somebody in my chat that sent them in to me. Pretty freaking cool. W chat. I think I've got the best community of all time. Not gonna lie to you guys. W Silver Shark, I appreciate you. Casper was my service dog, and I miss him every day. Animals, like, really carry so much, like, emotional value to them. I'm not gonna lie. She's trying to get a job. Car doesn't have much of a college plan, but she's trying. Lincoln, I think the best thing would just motivate her through being a positive light for her, you know what I mean? Don't exhaust yourself, but, like, make sure that she knows that she can do that. Support her, though. Push her through, like, elevate her with your own elevation, you know what I mean? Like, you can't, like, force her to get better, but you can also facilitate it, you know what I mean? You know, little creatures that you love unconditionally, it's hard to say you don't care about them. Exactly. Like, Oliver is literally like my little fucking brother. You know? I bought mine for like $250. What? Yeah, that's crazy. W Sonic for the follow. Yeah, that. And this shit is like. It was like fucking full hand. Like, it's crazy made. The quality of that is insane. I'm not gonna lie. Crochet is expensive. Yeah, that shit is crazy. When I first got that, I was like, holy fuck, this is insane. Like, the quality, it's literally like professional quality. I'm so glad I moved. Do they have names? Ape Man, and that one doesn't really have a name. It's just kind of like Apette. I don't know. Wait, no! No, wait, okay, never mind. I got it, guys. Ape Man and Monkey Boy. Ape Man and Monkey Boy. What's up, neighbor? How we doing? I'm so glad I moved with my dad because I couldn't handle my mom anymore. W Ash. Do you think I should cut out competitive video games because
What's
of
in your hand?
Mental? This is my fixation thing. Last week it was the pen. It was this pen, which I broke the thing off of because I was talking to Azel about deep conversations and I broke it because I was fiddling with it. Now it's a lens leveler. Don't ask me why I do it. I'm a fucking idiot. But I'm doing better than better. I pulled tonight. W freaking neighbor. What do you mean you pulled tonight? Like pulled tonight? W Layla for the follow. Thanks for the advice. It's reassuring. Absolutely, Lincoln. And keep me updated, Lincoln. Absolutely. Thank you for talking about it. I feel like I have a lot of friends and people who care about me, but I struggle with everything by myself. Peas, do you just not talk about it? I ask for help and don't get it. Oh, so you do ask for help. That just kind of sucks sometimes. Maybe I'll finally be noticed. Last streamer read everyone else's stuff, but mine like if they gifted. Lo-Fi, I'm here. I hear ya. I see ya. Today was supposed to be my birthday, the one day for me to be seen. Happy birthday, Lo-Fi! Happy freaking birthday. How old are you turning, Lo-Fi? W Dill Pickle for the 3 roses. What's up, Eliza? Thank you for the follow. Found out my grandfather. I didn't really know him, but that's my mom's dad. So what do I do? I would say if you feel the emotion, Sam, feel the emotion, you know? Don't feel like... Don't force yourself to feel the emotion. Be there for your mom, but also feel the emotion, you know? Mental health streamer as well. You're doing an amazing job. W freaking Eric Day. I appreciate you for what you do, Eric Day. And thank you for popping by. Absolute goat right there. If you guys also... I don't know Eric personally, but if he's a mental health streamer, definitely check out his stuff as well. What's up, Sam? Thank you for the follow. Survived over 100 days without my mom. W, oh my Pinkie Pie. I'm proud of you, oh my Pinkie Pie. Hey, you've got a spider on your chair. Don't do that, Carbon Zombie. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. How do I get more sleep? What's causing you to not get sleep? W Ash. I appreciate you, Ash. Got me partner big guy. I got an onboarding work tomorrow. Fire, neighbor. My name is Ray, and I've had the doom scrolling issue for 6 months. Ray, it be like that. It be like that. So like I got engaged. I'm hyped about the wedding. I asked for help making some engagement party stuff. Back in July, I asked if they had time between then and September, and everyone said no. Do you feel like they're true friends to you? 10 out of 10 fidget toy, golf ball marker. I'm just like, damn, I quit a job to help them out and then just had to do it all myself. Peas, it sounds like they are not their family to me. Do they show that, though? It seems like they're not showing that, you know? Get you thoughts and views on what I plan doing. Absolutely, Jenkins. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. It's a Monday. It do be a Monday. Absolutely, Eric. Yeah, if you want to DM me, shoot me a DM. Thank you all in 20. I didn't even get a chance to be fully happy today. Lo-Fi, this is your chance. We all care about you and we see you. We see you. Like, I don't want to be here. I'm trying to... But it's starting to get overwhelming. Book Goblin, remember what I said. Give you a chance for the follow. You gotta realize that you've overpowered the thoughts before. Every single day that you didn't self-harm is a day that you overpowered your thoughts and you showed yourself that you had that skill. You have to apply that skill that you were doing and you were feeling to what you're feeling now. You know what I mean? W Eric for the follow on the purple app. I appreciate you. What are you struggling with, Kylan? W Kelly for the follow. I appreciate you. Well, they're literally my family. Outside of them, I don't really have friends. People near me. I moved out of state a while ago. W1 Love for the welcome Dala. I appreciate you. And the follow. How we doing? I would say definitely, like, if people in your life are not... W Sonic for the Harvey. I would say if people in your life are not showing up for you, you have to understand that, like, you have to accept who they are and how they are. You have to accept how they treat you. And even if they're family, even if they're super close friends, even if they're a relationship, whatever it is, a partner, you have to realize that, like, you can only react to how people treat you. And you can't expect people to treat you the way that you want them to treat you if you allow them to treat you negatively. You know what I mean? If you don't make it a point that, like, if that bothers you, if you push it off and you just do it anyways, you have to realize that they don't see that it bothers you. They might see it, but they might not understand or, like, care in their mind. They might have other stuff going on. So you have to respect yourself at, like, calling that shit out of, like, all right, guys, thanks for helping me. Like, thanks. Or other stuff like that. You have to respect yourself, that you can't allow that happen, you know what I mean? W Rachel for the follow, W Cast for the follow, and for the sharing live. When they show you who they are, believe them. Exactly, Eric. That's an exact quote. Like, when somebody provides you what they truly feel about you, you have to not apply who you think they are. You have to apply how they're actively being, you know? I have a question. I need advice. Let's hear it, Fade. What's up, Aloe? Mess, can I maybe vent, but privately? I don't want to say details. Absolutely, Book Goblin. If you need to vent, you can either do it in my Discord for me. If you want to DM me, please do. I will try to get back to it after the stream. Or at least tomorrow, by the soonest. Oh, well, by the end of the stream, or at the end of the stream, by the soonest, but absolutely. If you feel comfortable in private, please talk about it, because I'd rather you talk than not. Absolutely, Annalie, let's hear it. I'm all here. Let me fade for the follow. HK, how we doing? There was something I really wanted to do with my boyfriend, but he has no internet. What was that, Lo-Fi? I appreciate you, Honker. Appreciate you. W. Dean, I appreciate you. Sleep well. Have a good day tomorrow. Hopefully I will see you tomorrow. Thank you for being a goat and the good vibes. What's up, Ginger Snap? Thank you for the follow. My mom died last month. Now I feel my body is giving up on me. Is that grief? I think grief can show up in many different ways. Messy Jesse for the follow, and Faith May. I think grief can show up in many different ways. And obviously you can't let it completely, like, consume you. You have to obviously take care of yourself and hold yourself to a standard of not, like, letting yourself fall apart, but you also have to let yourself feel that grief, and you have to let yourself feel that emotion. Keep yourself on a good regimen and keep yourself on a good schedule, but you have to not, like, completely let yourself fall apart. You know what I mean? I appreciate you, Honker! Appreciate you, Goat. I think my life is a mess currently, but I still manage to look at the bright side of all of it. Proud of you, Chris. That's a big thing to do, Chris, and that exact thing will carry you into the rest of your life for positive things. So I've been having issues with my love life, and I've been constantly pointed out as being a good friend and being too easy. Too easy in the way that, like, you accept love too quickly, or what do you mean? What do you mean by that, Fade? Don't be afraid to cut off toxic people. Absolutely. Don't get addicted to having attachment. Get addicted to respecting yourself. You know, I'm gonna be honest. I have a little PTSD from this type of advice stuff. How so, Hannah? What's going on? I used to know someone who did this. Wasn't as real as he said he was. I think that's the sad reality. Is nobody. You can't really know anybody in life, and that's something that I'll say. W Honker for the heart meet, and Anna Lee for the follow. I think, like, I've said it before, I've not been a perfect person. I've made mistakes in my life. But this is something that truly brings me passion and purpose. And W Blue Gamer for the follow on Purple app. And it's something that I actively do to heal myself. It's like my medicine, if that makes sense. And I've for so long wanted to do this and didn't know the type of route that I needed to take on it. And I think I've finally found something. But I obviously can't force anybody to like, trust me or trust my advice. My advice is not 100% real, like, honest, perfect, whatever. It's my perspective, so I can't apply my own perspective to everybody else's life. I just want to give this place to anybody that can talk about it, you know what I mean? It's not really about me, it's about just having a space. Absolutely, Jenna. W Honker for the Go Pop It to Ape Gang and the two Ape Gangs and the freaking, wait, the two Ape Gangs and the sorry. I tweaked the fuck out. Got a malfunction. W Desiree, I appreciate you, Desiree. Sleep well, have a good day. Sorry, guys, I fucking tweaked out. W Beast Mode. Yeah, Beast Mode in my bio, and that goes for anybody. We also have mental health channels in my bio where you can vent or you can talk about stuff. And yeah, if you guys want to join, that is in my TikTok bio. Absolutely, Lex. Thank you for being a freaking goat. What's up, Shark Finny? W Honker Beast for all the freaking ape gangs. I appreciate you. You know, about how do I stop being a loser? I want to ask this girl for her name, but I'm too scared and I don't know what. You have to control yourself, Rigatoni. You have to actively do it, you know? You know what you have to do. You're not a loser. First, you have to talk to yourself positively. And you have to understand that you can act, and it's not you being a loser. You're just afraid. You know what I mean? You're just afraid, and that's okay. Absolutely, Blue Gamer. Yeah, it's if you do !Discord on Purple app, it will pop up. My girlfriend just broke up with me, and I've been throwing up and crying for the past 2 days. Advice: I would say, for one, feel that emotion, but also understand that it gets better. And it might seem like the world is dark right now and it's all bad, but you will bounce back from this, you know? You'll find a better opportunity, you'll find a better place for yourself. And if you feel like there's things that you needed to do better for yourself, start working on those and then focus on what you can do to improve your own life, you know what I mean?
Join the Discord.
Kenzie. Absolutely. I know I'm mature and capable for a relationship, but every time I get close to one, it's always friend zoning and stuff, saying that either our personalities aren't compatible or something. I would just I would just own that, Fade, you know? It's not always going to be perfect. You're not always going to be able to find a relationship that works immediately, and you might have to look differently for people, you know what I mean? You might have to slow yourself down. If it's something that's repetitively happening, that to me shows that something is going awry in the process. How do you think of yourself in a positive way when all your life it's been the opposite? Jordan, I can speak on that of personal experience. I always throughout my life was kind of like the outsider. Like my sister was always the studious, perfect student, went to college, was always like active, did everything my parents wanted to do, and I was just the fucking loser who sat in my room and played video games all throughout my life. And it was acknowledging the traits that I needed to fix for myself, not out externally. Like I needed to do what I needed to do to fix my own life and my own self-esteem issues that I didn't feel positive about myself with, and not look outwards. If you look outwards and you compare yourself to other people and other things, you're going to hate yourself all the time. You know what I mean? There's always going to be somebody, as I was saying before, there's always going to be a better thing. There's always going to be something further always in life. And if you look at constantly outward, you're never going to see the beauty that's inwards, you know? Kind of scared for school to start for the work, but I always feel like I'm being judged and made fun of and laughed at. Swampy, I think that's something that, like, you know, also if I don't read, I'll just say this quickly, if I don't read your message, I'm not ignoring it. I'm trying to get through all of them. So just if you want to see me, if you want me to see a message, just put it again so I can get to it. But yeah, Swampy, I think if you feel like you're being judged or you're being looked at or made fun of, don't internalize that, you know? Because at every point, everybody is going to be made fun of, and if somebody is going to make fun of somebody else, at some point, they are going to get a reality check that they are the issue. You are not the issue. The person who is making fun of you or judging you for no reason is the issue. And you have to look at it as them being the shitty person and not you, you know? That'd be Raven. With the work aspect of it, that is in your control. If you are afraid of the work, you got to hold yourself accountable and you got to do the work, you know? And it's only becomes a problem when you let it overwhelm you or you like fall behind on it. But as long as you hold yourself accountable of like, I'm going to put myself in the best position to get this done and to be able to be ready for this, that will help. But I think just the most important thing is not internalizing other people's views, you know? I was trapped when I was younger and I was, Jenna, do you at all go to therapy? That is heavy. I'm really sorry that's happened to you, Jenna. First off is please don't ever blame yourself. Don't ever put any self-infliction on that. You know what I mean? It's not. That's something that that most evil people do that. And I think if your parents don't allow you to get therapy, I don't know if it's a monetary thing. I don't know if it's a monetary thing or if it's if they don't believe in it. I would say that does it on a day-to-day basis, how does it affect you? I would go about that. How does it in your mind affect you? And how can you go about breaking down that thought, those types of things? Because a lot of therapy is understanding that you are not at fault for it and that you can see the world in a better way even though you've had horrible things happen to you. You know, it's that juxtaposition of seeing the worst of life but also being able to see the most positive of life, You know, W Jade for the follow, W Hannah, W Lumine for the follow, W Taylor.
W 100 people in the fan club.
Holy fuck, 100 people in the fan club? Guys, we were like 70 the other day. What the hell? All these plans in my head that I won't do, but every time I take a step, I get in my head. Viper, you just gotta get out of your head. It's hard to implement, but it's one of those things that you have to lead by action. You have to realize that the only way that you get out of your head and you do those actions is by physically doing them over and 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 over again until you grow a habit of them, and that's the important part. Also, Lo-Fi, that is the Discord link if you can see that. W Fecal Fanatic for the follow. Jade, I'm doing good. How are you doing, Jade? Let me get to these. So as someone who works to be the best version of myself, how do I not look outwards? You just have to understand that everybody is different. Everybody has a different way of life. Everybody has a different route. Everybody has a different path. And your life is going to be different. You are going to look different. You are going to experience different things. And you have to go about life understanding that. And if you start comparing yourself to other people, you have to just say, that's their story. That's like, you can't compare Marvel to The Notebook or whatever because they're two separate stories. They're going to have two separate things. They might have some type of like similarity in them of love or whatever, blah, 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 but they're two separate things, you know? Trying to look for things right now. What kind of things, Jade? Took me years to not worry as much. It does get better. W Hannah. Which of those stuffed animals is the best fighter? Monferno. With the monkey close. Put yourself in the motion. The motivation comes. Absolutely, Frank. Hang on by your fingertips and the ledge starts crumbling is a hard place to be. It is, Roger. But there is a way up. You know what I mean? The ledge hasn't crumbled yet, you know? You can't compare your journey with someone else's. Absolutely. There's a good quote. What's up, Scandalous? There's a great quote that goes, I think it's like, you can't compare somebody else's chapter 10 to your chapter 1. You are in a spot where if you're starting, somebody else that you may compare your life to might have chapters upon chapters previous. And you can't compare yourself if they have a whole book and you're in the chapter 1 of that point in your life, you know? Bro's still going out. I probably will sleep here soon. Genuine flow state. My parents work for CPS. They have made me seem to be an unstable person that lies about everything. Are you in school, Jenna? Like, what is your age bracket? Are you in a place where you could get like a guidance counselor and you could seek your own path of like getting help? Somebody make a life-size Urshifu statue you can put in the corner. Yeah! If somebody has a 3D printer, you should make an thing. I'll pay you. I think my problem. W Twisted Bricks. I've been expected to succeed in life. I've compared to my sister all the time. I feel that, Viper. It's a blinged out. How we doing, Goat? I feel that. I don't know if I can trust my partner that cheated on me. I know this is obvious, but I'm conflicted. Sean, I would say if your partner cheated on you, I would say you have to understand and comprehend for yourself why are you still with them. W Twisted Bricks for the heartbeat. I would say that you have to tell yourself that, you know, like understand that, break that down. Why are you with them? Is it a self-respect thing? Do you not respect yourself that you're going back to them? Do you not feel like you can get somebody else? Do you feel like you're lonely or like you would be empty without them? W Softly Plays for the follow. I think if somebody cheats on you, that is something that you should not, I'm going to be honest, you should not accept that behavior. And they cheated on me, left me, and after things didn't work out, they came back. Yeah, Sean, I would say you need to respect yourself, you know? You don't deserve that, and you can find somebody that will truly love you and truly treat you the way that you should. And you need to understand that, like, you going back is hurting yourself continuously. It's reopening the wound. And that in itself is something that you have to understand, that that is the person showing them their truest self, and you don't want to be with somebody like that. You deserve way better, you know? I was talking with a guy who was in love with the girl he lost his V-card to. I still haven't forgiven myself for not knowing. I wouldn't blame yourself for that, you know? Sweetwater, what do you play, brother? I actually don't play an instrument. I got my freaking, I don't know what it's called. I forget what it's called. I got my mic from that.
And can go out and find someone else. They never truly loved you.
It's the thing that I plug my mic into. I forget what it's called. Even though their chapter 1 is different than your chapter 1. Absolutely. Cheating is a choice. Them cheating is not a reflection of your value, but has everything to do with their character and integrity or lack thereof. Absolutely, Eric. W. Kayla for the follow. Actually, you can compare Marvel to Notebook because Ryan Gosling will. True. How do I find a thick Mewtwo to cuddle IRL? You're just as guilty as people posting on here. Me, David? I had no social life all of high school because I needed to get into a good college, and I dropped out. Brother tore my ACL, can't work for 6 months, and stressed as fuck over my relationship. What's stressing you out, Bear? I'm at a very serious crossroads. Either direction completely upends my life, and I don't know how to move. D. Campbell, where does your gut hold? Like, which decision do you have one that your gut holds, or one that you're afraid of that you know you should do? Is that the type of thing? What's up, Suki? People who eat cottage cheese should be prosecuted. Audio interface, yeah, Teddy, yeah. A mix. It's like a mixer, but it's like, I think it's just a mixer, but it's not like one of those like mixers. It's like a box. I'm afraid to do the harder right thing. That's your answer there. You know what you need to do, but you're afraid of doing it, and that fear is because it's probably like got a lot of uncertainty to it, or it might be like a big step. And sometimes you have to do the thing that scares you, and that's what will make you go forward. The more you choose the things that you know you're meant to do, but they scare you, the more you'll reinforce in yourself confidence to make the right decision, you know, or at least be able to go through it. He's kind of giving Jimmy Steve from Shameless. Somebody, I think, said that earlier, too. Anyway, I just got dumped by my BF and found out he was kissing my best friend. I have matching tats with her. That's that. We were talking about this earlier. I would say, very importantly, the quote, the cliche quote of "you dodged a bullet" is real. If your friend, your best friend with matching tattoo is going to do that, and your boyfriend is going to do that to you, you are actively kind of getting a blessing. Not kind of, but you are getting a blessing. It hurts in the moment, and it's a temporary pain, but you will realize on the outside that, like, holy shit, I'm so much better. You know what I mean? It's hard to realize, but you will realize it eventually, I promise you. Struggling because my cat scratched my toes. Oh, you poop-toot. During school last year, my best friend tried to get me and my girlfriend to break up because she was jealous. It do be like that. Thank you, I needed here. Absolutely, Caitlin. I'm starting to get over the fact that I lost my girlfriend because I kept lying, but I loved her. That's something that you gotta work on, you know? If you feel like you're constantly lying and you have a problem with that, you have to accept yourself and accept that that's an issue that you have to figure out. And why are you lying? What causes you to lie? And you have to go about the aspect of figuring that out. You can't hate yourself for it, but you got to understand that you got to work on that. Sometimes our actions, we got to accept that they have reaction, you know what I mean, that we might not like. I was talking to a girl and she asked me out, then she unadded me and blocked me. MIA, that is another example of like you dodging a bullet. If somebody's not going to be able to communicate with you and she's going to do that, you don't want that anyways, you know? I need a vent, but it's a lot. Faith, if you need the Discord, if you need my DMs or anything, please, please, please feel free. Like I said, I will try to get back to them. I might not always be super quick to respond, just because I have a lot of responses. And please don't, like, I don't respond to people unless I'm like in my Discord. So please don't try to abuse that. I'm not that just because I say DM me doesn't mean like slide into my DMs or something for anybody that takes it that way. I think she can change that. I think I should give her another chance. What do you mean, Zeke? Truth? Struggling because I'm 2-decade relationship with an alcoholic. That's a tough one, Angel. I think something is very important that time does not always equal connection. You can be connected with somebody for a long period of time, and you can feel like that's going to be your whole life, and it's meant to be, and that you should just keep going. But you have to understand that, like, there is ways of restarting your life and figuring things out and like enjoying your life, figuring out that you have more things in life to experience. And sometimes that means breaking the thing that you've been stuck with for so long. And especially if it's a negative thing, you have to understand that it might feel like a step 55 feet backwards, but it's actually you standing completely still in the space that you need to do and not walking towards a future that you don't want to be in, you know? WTCat for the follow. I appreciate you, Raven, as well. My homework is getting hard. Should I study more? Yeah. I mean, if you feel like that would impact your homework being easier. Hindsight is always perfect. The present is much more complicated in the moment. Absolutely, Shani. Graduated 2 years ago, dropped out of college with no life plan. I was rejected by all nearby jobs. What kind of jobs are you looking for? Like, is it something that any Steve from Shameless comments yet? Yes, loser, multiple. I need to look up Steve from Shameless. I've got Danny Motto, Daniel Radcliffe, Steve from Shameless, Withered Cypher PK. That one's not funny. You know, W. Ethan. I'm starting working for 988 next week, and I'm kind of nervous. W. Eli. I appreciate you, Eli, for that. I think that the nervousness is real, but once you start feeling that passion and that purpose, it will carry you through. You know what I mean? Am I really that fucking bad? What do you mean, MIA? What do you mean by that? Jimmy Steve, bro.
Justin Chadwin. Great actor.
Best, do you want to learn a new saying you may or may not know? Let's hear it, Deadly Savage. W. Trinity. So funny. Pre-serum Bucky Barnes. Yep. Is it bad I want a job at 15 for independence from my parents? Or do you think I'm moving too fast? I don't think so, John. I think you know what you want, you know? And you'll learn if you get a job and you go and get a job, you'll learn if you like it or not, and if you're moving too fast or not. You know what I mean? Trust your instinct. First time seeing you on my For You page, and I knew I wasn't the only one who saw Jimmy's. Now, why should I? Nady, you don't have to, but I think that building a feeling and a skill of something so simple as not doom scrolling and being able to stop yourself from doom scrolling can show you so many other ways in life that you can apply it to. You know, if you can stop doom scrolling, it's something really simple. You can stop doing other depreciating stuff. W freaking Trinity. Hell yeah. I'm having trouble to get enough money for an apartment out of state. Any recommendations? It depends on, like, if you have hobbies that you think you can monetize, or you can, like, if you feel like you're comfortable putting more work in at work, or getting a second job, or saving, or selling things. Like, it's a definitely, like, individual situation type thing. W. Tufco Benefan for the follow. I appreciate you. I don't know if it was sexual assault or I'm just overreacting. Madoka, I think, like, regardless of what you define it as, I think you know that it made you feel uncomfortable, and that's all that matters, you know? What's up, Jalen? I think in those situations, you can't, like, you have to understand that, like, it's your feelings. You know what I mean? Like, you can't apply somebody else's perspective to how you feel, because if you feel like whatever it was, that's your feeling. If you're obviously, that only kind of goes for, like, the victim's side of it, because a perpetrator could just be like, oh, I did it wrong, you know what I mean? But, like, if you feel like somebody took something from you or, like, put themselves on you and you felt uncomfortable, that's something that only you know, you know? I don't know if you saw it, but I don't want to spam it. Let me see. It's, if you judge a fish on its ability to climb a tree, it'll think it's stupid all its life. Absolutely, Deadly Savage. That's a banger quote. You can't apply a basic principle to something that the basic principle doesn't apply to. You know what I mean? And that might hurt the person or the thing that the principle is being put upon. OCD makes me unable to sleep. How so? I'm rocked. Is it not like? Where does that manifest? I just got over the worst manic episode. It's still hard, but it's already getting better. WT Cat. I'm happy that you're getting better. W Jalen for the follow. W Raven for the finger heart. W Deadly Savage for the heart me. And Ohm Rocked for the cake slice times 7 and the applause and the cake slice times 4. I'm fat as fuck and it's affecting my job and personal life, but for the life of me, I can't beat the mental conditioning. What Pendragon, what stops you from getting in like a better health space? Is it like a time constraint? Is it an energy constraint? Is it like the eating side of it? Is it the working out side of it? What is the friction that you feel like holds you in your place? You know what I mean? W Tressa. I appreciate you, Tressa. At this point, I have multiple IT certs, but none near me, and I can't legally drive. I would have you applied online? I'm assuming you've applied online, right? W John. Food addiction and sugar withdrawal. When I freak out, I would say W Faith for joining the Discord. Yeah, anybody that I will probably end my stream here soon because I've been on here for nearly 4 hours, but I would say anybody that wants to have a conversation about this, please join my Discord. It's in my TikTok bio. I'm not going to end stream right now, but in the following minutes I probably will. And if you guys need a like private place to talk, you can use my Discord. You can DM me. As I've said multiple times, I might not get back to it immediately, but I will try my best. W freaking Peach Painter for the follow. But I would say regarding food and your relationship with food, you have to, it's a nut. All of the things that are in our control, like those types of things, doom scrolling, eating, honestly, all of the things in general. W Adam. Love the chit. W Kiko. I would say that they all stem to us making the decision for ourselves in action. The only way that we actively do the things that we need to do is by action. We don't fall into them. They don't just happen randomly. We don't accidentally just stumble upon these things. Sometimes we do. Sometimes we just figure things out on accident and it works. But it's so important to realize that literally at every stage of your life, if you create action and you act on something, most of the time, you will improve at that. So, like, if you've got food addiction, or you've got things like that, one foot in front of the other, any way that's going to benefit you is a positive step. And it's changing the mindset of, like, not feeling like you have to cover this much ground and you have to cover this much ground. Like, changing that shift of, like, okay, I only have to make it this far rather than this far. And if I make it this far, That's a massive win for me. And I'm going to feel like that's a win. So then the next this much far is even better. And then the next this far is better. And you just keep going through that type of thing. I think a lot of times we set our goals way too lofty and way too big. And you have to kind of just take it step by step, you know? I applied online and in person for the past 4 months. I hate it because I never had a job. Viper, I would say, do they give you any feedback back? So small steps? Absolutely, Pendragon. Cut out one of my biggest things. I used to be overweight. Not like I never like looked massively overweight, but I was overweight. And my biggest thing was cutting out sugar in sauces, like trying to get low sugar sauces, low calorie sauces. W freaking Joel, how's your dinner? And switching, the biggest one was switching from soda to soda water. But I love that. I am a sauce boy myself. Trust me. I would pour the fuck out of barbecue sauce on literally everything. But I shout out Stubbs Sweet Heat Barbecue Sauce. It tastes exactly like Sweet Baby Ray's. But like getting rid of high fructose corn syrup and stuff like that and using sparkling water as soda replacement. I guarantee you if you can force yourself to make those changes, little baby steps will do so much positive for you. You know, if you swap out like different types of breads, different types of waters, different types of sauces, whatever, and you make it work for you, you create as little friction as possible, you will be able to fix things compoundedly. You know what I mean? It's kind of better to have little goals than get to big ones later. Exactly. Because having little goals shows you that you can hit goals, and then eventually you hit a bunch of little goals, and bam, you're like all the way, you've made massive progress, you know? W freaking Ryan. Proud of you, freaking Ryan. Goat. Proud of you. It's like, stop doom scrolling, but streaming on TikTok. Nah, Al, I don't think doom scrolling is, I don't think if you're in here in the chat talking about your issues, I don't think that's doom scrolling. You know what I mean? You know, I'm a Wellbutrin, and it's helping with my weight loss and my Hashimoto's disease. W. Double freaking you. I'm eating a bagel right now. I love bagels. Those are my weaknesses. Bread in general is my weakness. Jenna, I haven't obviously been through what you've been through, but
I am down at 334
I've been
pounds.
the same
My goal is 280 by July
mindset of like looking at a pill bottle and wanting to take my life. And I can promise you, Jenna, that it gets better. And it's something that like you don't always see it until you're on the other side of it. And for so long of my life, I felt like I wasn't ever going to get better, and I was going to just be destined to die. And I can say it now, like, I am so happy that I stayed around, you know what I mean? Because this is my purpose. And you'll find your purpose, you'll find something that truly, truly, truly soothes your soul. It's just a matter of finding that, you know? I want to be loved by someone who isn't my family. Like, I want somebody to love me and feel affection. Thomas, you can feel that, though. Also, W. Clarkey for the follow. You can feel that. It just takes time, you know? This has made me feel a little bit better, but I don't know. Jenna, please, if you need anything, please hit up the Discord. Like I said, if you need to DM me, anything like that. I know how it feels to feel alone and feel suffocated by the darkness. You have to understand that like taking yourself out of this world stops you from seeing the potential that you have, you know? You know what I mean? Are you related to Declan Rice? Sorry, Lady Bongwater, I gotta get back to it. Cousin, I made it maybe 3 days and gave up. I think I
Hayes
think
is not the
anything
only person willing to help.
absolutely.
There are so many people in Discord willing to help.
Absolutely. W Sig guy. Alcoholism and addiction and those types of things, I think you have to change the way that you look at them, that they're a process and not a solution or like an instant thing. You have to realize that like it's not going to be an instant fix. Sometimes it is. And I think a lot of the times, a lot of the people that I've heard from that have dealt with addiction or like anything like that, they say they reach a point where they just got so sick of it that they cold turkeyed or that they just stopped. And I think a lot of the times you have to get to that point where you're just so upset with yourself and so exhausted by it that you just make that decision. And the best way that you can do that is by constantly building habits of stopping. And you have to accept that you might not always stay the same way that you want to be. You might fall off the bandwagon, then you get back on. You might fall off, then you get back on. You might fall off and get back on. And it's just continuously doing that and showing yourself that you can. And then eventually, the more and more and more that you do it, you'll be able to understand that, like, I can get it, you know? I can do that. I also thought about running away, but I don't know how that would work. I do not have thoughts. That's me right now. I'm struggling. You have to... It's all about, like... It's all about looking at your core. Like, getting real with yourself. Like, Soda Pop, what is causing you to feel like that? And the same thing in a different way with Thomas. Like, what is causing you to feel the feelings that you feel? And this could go for anybody. If you're depressed, if you feel like you can't find any love, if you can't find anything like that, it's something that, like, if you don't want to be here anymore, you have to look at the core reasoning as to why you feel that way and why it is that way. Like, why is that? Why is your world the way it is? And the more you introspect deep into yourself and you pay attention to those things, and you have the positivity that I can change this mindset that I have, I can change the way that I see the world, I can change the way that I see my life, you will be able to slowly but surely figure out what you need to do in order to get yourself into a better position. And that is bettering yourself, you know, like doing things that make you feel better, doing things that fill you with purpose and passion, in testing yourself, showing yourself how far you can make it, being proud of yourself, all of those things. You can't just apply all these, I can't move on from my boyfriend who passed when we were kids. I'm in a relationship. We were a long distance relationship. I would say that you can. I don't think you can move on. Or I think you can move on, but I don't think you can forget. You know what I mean, Soda Pop? If you think of it as like a weight, and you put a weighted bag on, and you've got weights in the bag, and you're walking around constantly, and you perceive that bag as dragging you the entire time, holding you back, you're going to think of that as a burden the entire time. But if you realize and you change the way you perceive it and say, I can use this to strengthen me so I can walk further and not get tired, that I can go a little bit further, and then the moment that I can take this bag off, I'm that much stronger to be able to walk without it forever. And that's the thing with, like, those types of things is it's still going to be there. It's still going to be there. You're going to remember that bag, but you can't let the bag drag you. You know what I mean? That's the thing, Soda Pop, is you can think of that because you are in the perspective that you have now. You've seen the result of it. You didn't know that in that moment. You were living your life the way that you were living it. You know what I mean? You can't apply your perspective that you have now to something that you've been through in the past, because you can make a difference. You can make an answer for literally everything that you did wrong in every part of your life, looking at it through past tense. You know? Does blanking myself make me selfish? No, Kayla, but it's something that is not the answer. It's not gonna do anything other than take you out of a life that you could be living to your fullest. You know? It's something like that is... You can't force yourself to feel like you need to take yourself out of the world, because you're never going to see the you that you can be proud of and that you can be happy on. You know what I mean? You can feel those ways. You can feel proud of yourself. You can love yourself. And if you take yourself out, you're never going to see the chance of that and how that feels. W. Paris for Harmony. How we doing, Paris? Just think I'm attractive enough for a lot of people, and if I did try to ask them out, I get clowned on. Thomas, that's something that, like, that's your own perspective being applied to yourself. You know, if somebody's not going to give you the chance to talk to you, or they're not going to like you, it just wasn't meant to be. And that's okay. There's 8 billion people on this world.
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's 8 billion people in this world. You're going to find somebody that is going to like you. You're going to find somebody that is going to understand you. You're going to find somebody. But if you constantly look at the amount of people that don't, and you dwell on that, you're only going to see the people that don't like you or that don't want you. You have to look at the people around you that care about you and that want you, and you have to build yourself up to be able to love yourself, because then it's not going to worry about other people. You're not going to feel like these people need to love me for me in order to see that I can love myself or somebody else can love me, you know? Love you, Noah, for the follow. Just letting you know, it's I'm going to put something in your Discord. Stream chat, it is extremely long. I just want to get your thoughts on my story, on everything that's happened to me, what I plan to do next. Bet. W Blue Gamer. Yeah, I'll get to it after stream, because I like to be able to read all the messages and give like a full thought out message, you know? What's up, Lucha, for the follow? W Noah and Allison for the follow. I appreciate you, Clinical. Like, that means a lot to me, Clinical. Seriously. And I'm glad your brother is still here. Struggling incredibly, I'm having back surgery and my family abandoned me. What kind of back surgery are you getting, Spooky Mookie? So I'm not struggling, just can't go to sleep. I feel you on that. I'm bi and Christian. I've been having guilt because of it, and people say I'm not a real Christian. I would say, W Lucha Biggie for the heart me. I would say, also Cherry Slush for the follow. Miso Soup. I have probably an unpopular opinion on religion, but I think religion is something that is subjective to each individual person. I don't think there is a net religion that everybody should follow. I don't think that's a way of life. I don't think there is a single thing in this world that everybody should follow as a blueprint or a rule book. I think everybody needs to apply whatever they have in their life to their life. Whether that is religion, whether that is their own perspective, whether that is whatever. And the aspect of religion being one thing or the other, or you're either this or you're that, or you're whatever, is a flawed perspective as a human being in a human life. That's not how we live. We live in white space, and it's not black, or we live in gray space, it's not black or white. And you can't put that guilt on yourself. If you agree with the way of life that you agree with from that perspective, that's all that matters. Fuck what anybody else says, you know? And it's something that, like, I don't know. I don't think that, like, there's so many people in the world that are religious, and they make their religion what they want. And we don't know if religion is the exact way that it is. I'm going to be honest with you. There's no physical proof of anything that we believe. There's no proof that that we're the only people in the universe. There's no proof that there isn't other life. There's no proof that, like, the world is even in existence. There's no proof of anything. We put the proof of what it is. We put the perspective of what it is. We put the perspective of what the universe is from our human mind. Who's to say that we are the ones that know anything? You know what I mean? And I think kind of making it a black or white thing just makes you miserable in life. And you can't do that to yourself, you know? You can't have that guilt because you're living the life that you want to live, and that's the most important thing. And whatever happens after you go, you'll figure it out. You know what I mean? But your life is what matters right now. Little by little we advance. W. Arrows. Also, I appreciate you, Miso Soup, for the follow. We evolve beyond the human, the person that we were before. We were a minute before. Absolutely. I'll never force someone to follow Jesus. That's a decision you have to make. Yeah. And I like, that's something that I'm like, I'm not, I don't think I'm right in that perspective. I have no fucking clue. But that's just how I experience it, you know? No problem, just add me with your response. Absolutely. Yeah. W Blue Gamer. I'll let you know next time you're streaming if you want to talk on it. W freaking Blue Gamer. I appreciate you and I hope you have a good night. You sell it well, but we need motion, not tips. You sell it well, but we need motion, not tips. What does that mean? Garrett, I believe in all the gods of all mythos, but my parents are Orthodox. Am I sinning? No. I think... I don't know. I think... Like I said, I'm not all-knowing. I'm not a person... Also, I'll get to your message real quick, Claire. I'm not all-knowing. I'm not a person that knows it all. I am only speaking my own perspective. But, like, the way that religions and mass perspective gets applied to the world is only through one veil of the world. And so much has gone on in life, so much has changed in time, so many things have happened that you can't apply a perspective to life that is one narrow vision. You know what I mean? That's why there's, like, however many religions that there are, is because one perspective is not right. There's no perspective that is 100% correct. They are all a amalgamation of each other, and whatever it is whatever. And that is you to decide what you believe in and what fits your belief in life. You know what I mean? And if somebody doesn't respect you for you, they shouldn't be in your life. I wouldn't say I'm struggling at the moment, but I do love to hear words of wisdom. Lay it on me. W Galaxy Frog. Ex broke up with me 3 months ago. I was going to propose in 6 months. I'm 21. I feel lost. Parker, I would say you absolutely late those. You gotta realize that you are. I know you're not gonna like this response, but you are young in life, and you feel lost. But right now, it's a blip on your radar that you can come back from. And if somebody that you spent time with, and you spent love with, and you spent energy with, breaks up with you, or leaves you, or it fizzles out, that wasn't meant to be. It was a learning lesson for you to go on to the rest of your life with that lesson. And you got to approach life having experienced that in the past and being able to apply that opinion forward. You know what I mean? We were dating for a year. I would say that is something like, if you were dating for a year and you were getting ready to propose, I think that's something that is I don't know if it was a pressure for you or it was something like that, but I think marriage is something and relationships are something that are rushed a lot, and there's a lot of societal pressure to be able to, like, find the one and feel like you have the one, and we don't always realize that we might not find the one for a little while, and we might find somebody that feels like the one, But meanwhile, it's the one for that moment in time to teach us, so when we find the actual one, we're ready for that, you know? W Val, I'm struggling with corn and lust. Finn, that is something in the past, or in the past of the stream that I've talked about. You have to, it's a choice. It's a choice, and you have to make the choice that you know is right every time you are in that situation. When you have that desire, you have to learn how to control it. You have to learn how to accept it and to not let it consume your life. You know what I mean? You can't let it consume your mind and your thing. And it is an active thing. You have to, it sounds too simple, it sounds stupid, but you have to learn how to control yourself. You know what I mean? I'm 4 days clean, but I get urges every day. Finn, that shows you that you can do it. If you're 4 days clean, that shows you that you actively have it. You have it working. You know what I mean? You have that system. I do think that there is everything in moderation. Like, I don't think the whole, like, this is probably a uncomfortable conversation, but, like, I don't think, like, semen retention and all of that stuff is the way to life. I think there needs to be healthy stuff, but I think the aspect of controlling your desires is the most important thing. That, like, you need to have, it's human to be able to do that, but you can't just sit there and only do that. You have to control yourself. You know what I mean? It's all about control. Girl felt. What time zone are you in? I am East Coast. East Coast. A month after we broke up, she was already hoeing around, so my frat. Yeah, Parker. That's something that, like, you dodged a bullet. Just flat out. W Rain. What's your anxiety pen flavor? I have never smoked or drank in my life. W Emma. I have done mushrooms, though. Sorry about that, guys. Oh, so let me go back to Claire's message. I forgot to... Mint mango? Where the hell did it go? Every time I try to talk about my problems, it's like screaming into a void. What's going on, Allison? Sorry if I didn't see your message. I missed my dog. Did your dog pass? I got a question. Let's hear it, Jay. Absolutely, Finn. And the biggest thing as well is don't feel uncomfortable. W Aurora, I appreciate you for talking about it, Finn. I think it's something that, like, it's an uncomfortable conversation, especially for men, for young men, but we need that conversation. We need to talk about it, because if you don't talk about it and you constantly push it off and it's an uncomfortable situation, you're never going to work on it. You're going to feel like it's a thing that you have to hold and feel guilty about and feel shitty about, you know? So even though it might be an uncomfortable thing to have, I appreciate you for talking about it, you know? What's up, Darkness? What's up, Lee? Never smoking or drinking and doing mushrooms is honestly fire. What should I do now, though? I say better your situation, Parker. You know, don't invest yourself in dwelling on that. Do what you enjoy, and if you feel like you have things that you need to work on, whether that be attachment or whether that be, like, your relationship with attachment, I think try to work on that. You know what I mean? Like actively better yourself in the best way that you can to improve your own life, you know? And my girlfriend cheated on me. It stinks. I want to be with her, but I don't want the future we had together. Jaden, if somebody cheats on you, I don't think you want a future with them. I'm going to be real with you. I don't think you want to be with them. I think you're attaching the feelings that you had with your girlfriend to her when you can get those with other people. But I want her so bad. That's what I'm saying. You're attaching the companionship and the feeling and the emotion. She wasn't great, though. Because if somebody cheats on you, they are not a great person. They are not great for you. That is an example of them actively just fucking you over and showing them who they truly are. You know? And that's something you have to accept and understand. Because if somebody's going to cheat on you, that is them showing that they have no disregard, or they have no regard for your feelings and for who you are, for your relationship, for that. You know? It's hard to talk to my fraternity brothers about it because I feel like they will make fun of me. Parker, I would say if you feel that way, if you feel like it's not a safe place for you to talk about it, I would try to find better friends and better people around you. W. Allison for the heartbeat. You know what I mean? Because if people are going to make fun of you for being vulnerable and talking about stuff, they ain't good people. You know? The thing, sometimes I feel like I'm here for anyone, but no one for me. I feel you, Finn. That's a tough thing to experience and to feel, you know what I mean? And I think that also stems from self-respect. W. Victoria. I think if you don't have respect for yourself to, like, hold people accountable when they're not there for you, or if you're constantly there for you, or you're putting yourself out there for other people, and you feel that feeling of like, man, you got to figure out why you're doing it, and if you're doing it for, like, acceptance, or you're doing it for you, and whether you do that or not, you know? What's up, Emo Angel? Can't be real with your brothers, they're not your real brothers. True that. True freaking that. W, no survivors. Thank you. I know she was in bed next to me at the time, but I loved her more than I'd ever love anyone else. Nah, Jaden, you can love somebody else, and somebody else can love you the way that you're supposed to, you know? I said on Twitch and was recently, but getting on here and on the Discord as well, just trying to find the small, nice help. That makes my heart feel good, Val, and I'm glad you're here, you know? I'm glad that is positively affecting your life, and you're doing the work. That's the thing. I may guide you a little bit, but you're doing the work to get yourself into a better place, you know? I hate myself no matter what. I eat then starve, and it's a cycle of hatred on my body. Where does that stem from, Victoria? Is that like an outside thing, or has it always been a personal thing? Yeah, Jaden, it's a battle. Like, don't hate yourself for feeling it, but definitely hold yourself, like, be strict with yourself to not hurt yourself, you know? W. Cinnamanda for the follow. I appreciate you. So my girlfriend of 1 year, and our relationship is great, but we have no issues or none, but she's moving schools, and I keep getting these thoughts that she's gonna leave me and find another guy, and I tell her, I keep getting these thoughts, she's gonna leave me and find another guy, and I tell her, I was bullied until I starved myself to my body, to full body failure. What do you Cinnamon for the heart me as well? Victoria, I would say, for a second, I thought you were Danny Mata. Somebody called me Withered Danny Mata today. Not funny. Victoria, I would say that, like, you probably have a very complex relationship with how you see yourself because of those things, and you have to break those things down. You have to sit with yourself. I for a while, I would talk to myself in the mirror about things that I needed to change, things that I needed to do, things that I wanted to. And I would stand in the mirror every single night when I was at my worst time ever. W freaking Jaden for the galaxy. I appreciate you so much. What the hell? You did not have to do that, Jaden. Thank you so much, Jaden. Seriously, you did not have to do that. I appreciate that a lot. No, thank you. How we doing, Keith? Jelly Bean W Chip for the follow. Seriously, Jaden, thank you so much. It's just been drilled into me that not being skinny isn't pretty. That's the thing is you can apply outside perspective to you, but you have to understand that you're like nothing is going to make you happy if you constantly look outwards, because you're always going to find the negative thing. The negative thing is so much easier to find and to dwell on than the positive, because a lot of the time the positive we don't believe. So if you're constantly believing the negative, you're only going to see what you believe. And you have to, sorry, I'm doom scrolling. Mel, it's okay. Just know that someday you should. I'm abusing your helping. No, you're not. Jaden, I'm here to help you guys. I'm here to, this is my medicine, you know? W Mel for the follow, I appreciate you. I'm here to, this heals me, you know what I mean? This keeps me around. So don't ever feel like you're expected to gift me or anything like that, where you need to repay me, you know? How done, Bean? But just anybody that struggles with self-image issues, you have to understand that you have to teach yourself to love yourself, because you are lovable. You deserve to love yourself.
Love. You may.
W Val, even if I forgot to change the TTS thing. Stupid. Sorry. Yeah, you have to. It's a constant battle, and you almost have to literally speak it into yourself. You have to literally have conversations with yourself of like, I am okay. I am fine. Where did you get this shirt, my guy? I honestly think I got it from Walmart. I'm not even gonna lie, guys. W Miso Soup. I'm good. WB for the follow. I appreciate you for asking that a lot, Miso Soup. I'm good. You know, I'm probably in the best part of my mind that I've ever been in. You know, I feel like I have found my purpose and my passion, and I'm in a spot that like really, I went from literally every single day of my life for years wanting to not wake up to now being like, and that's why I want people to understand that like it does get better. Like if you act and you really like work on yourself and you work on the things that you do and you hold yourself accountable and you follow your passion and purpose, you eventually will get better. It will get better. Yeah, JB, I'm on Red app and Purple app. All of my socials are in my link in my TikTok bio, and it's all mess_TTV on all the things. But it's like, I literally last year was so close to ending my life, and I'm at a point now where I'm helping people like this. It's like something that I couldn't have ever believed, you know? W Eric, I appreciate you, Eric. Is it bad if I say I want to break up with my boyfriend? No, I mean, it depends on like the situation. W Connor for follow, WHDX for follow. Let me go back and see. Tyler W Bloom for the follow. 12 years in a relationship, never argued, disappeared 2 years ago. Then a happy birthday, friend. Major, I've been there before a bit. I would say let it be history, you know? If it was working and then it just crumbled, there was obviously a reason, and you can be better off not with that. You know, if you feel like it ended off on a thing and you're in a spot, it all depends on how you feel. If you feel like it's something that could work, you feel like your gut's telling you that, follow your gut. But I think most importantly, if you feel any hesitancy, trust your gut and understand that choosing the tough answer of like momentary dissatisfaction is more important than getting something back, you know? What hair product do you use? We have the same hair right now, but it ain't looking that good. W Adam. I use what the fuck's it called? Fuck! I'm gonna forget. I'm sorry. W Jenkins for the follow. It comes in a little white tub. Fuck! WJ for the follow on the Purple app. I'm gonna tweak out, bro. I'll put it in my Discord. Adam. If you join my Discord, I'll put it on my Discord. Or tomorrow, I'll tell you guys. Pasta. This is called Polar Seltzer Ginger Lime Mule. It's a seltzer water. I've spent years hoping I don't wake up. I've got a perfect wipe. W Tyler. I'm really happy to hear that, Tyler. Oh wait. Never mind. Sorry, I read that wrong. Sorry. Fuck! I read it before I read the last part, the broken text part. Sorry. Anyways, what I was gonna say to that, I'm happy for that. I'm not happy that I would say, what do you think is the core of that? Do you not feel like you are doing things that satisfy you in life? Is it your relationship? Is it your, like, what at the core is really affecting you, you know? No, just water. Just straight up water. What's up, Jay? Let's hear the question. I apologize, Tyler, for fucking not being able to read. Also, there's studies after 9 p.m. to not be in a bad mood because it brings you down more. WHTX. Nah, be like yourself, HTX. Be the best version of you that you possibly can, you know? Don't compare me to you, you know what I mean? Because I'm not anything special. Sometimes I feel like but the only reason I'm here is because I'm too much. Is it a cop out if I genuinely don't know? No, it could just literally be it could literally just be you're in a rut, but it also could be something that, like, you're not doing something that satisfies you, you know? It could be your job, it could be a passion that you're not invested in, could be so many different things, you know? You have to look at what would make you happy. Like, stop yourself, write it down, talk, whatever it is, whatever you feel comfortable getting it out with. Like, what could I do in my life that would make me happy? That would really, like, a passion. And if it scares you, if you're afraid to do it, do it. You know what I mean? Grown man with a blue room. Do you have a race car bed too? Yeah, I do. It's a Lightning McQueen one. And I sleep in my fucking Monsters Inc. underwear. W. Allison, I appreciate you, Allison. Thank you for coming in here. Race car bed would be sick. Sometimes I feel like W. Val for going to sleep. I appreciate you. Love you too. Have a good night. Sleep well. Miso soup. That's the same thing. You gotta understand your why. You know, like, what would make you happy? What would make you joyful in life that would stop you from feeling that way, you know? I feel like we all have a deep down core belief of, like, we know what would satisfy our soul, but we either are afraid to do it or we don't know how to do it, you know? What's up, Jada? How old am I? I'm 25 years old. He does that. I don't approve. He does things that I don't approve of. I'm assuming he's 2 years younger than me, and it feels as if we are both looking for different things. I don't think that's bad necessarily, or, like, Mel, the way that you feel, I don't think is bad. I think you know you're feeling, and if you feel like you should go separate ways, you should own that. You know what I mean? And you should accept that. Thank you, Tyler, for the heart, man. Sometimes getting rid of companionship that doesn't satisfy us is positive because it distracts us, you know? Love you, Jada, for the follow. So dope of you to make a safe space like this online. Love you. Is it Noel? I appreciate you. No problem. Screaming in the void does help a little bit. True. I'm dealing with self-hatred and I don't know where exactly it comes from. Where do the self-hatred thoughts, like, stem from? Like, is it something that you do, or is it like a instance? Also, I'm probably gonna go to sleep here soon, guys. I've gone quite longer than I should have. Let me see. So, me and my girlfriend have been together for years, and our relationship is great. I have no complaints. She's great, but she's moving schools, and I keep getting this thought that she's gonna leave me and find another guy, and she tells me she won't, and stuff like that, but I still getting this thought. Jay, people have had that experience as well, and the thing that I explain to them is, like, you can't control other people's actions. And it's a sad reality because you can't control it, but it's also a freeing reality because then you can work on your relationship with yourself. You have to disassociate or, like, detach from the fear of somebody else making shitty choices or choices that hurt you. And if somebody makes that choice, that is a result of them, and that is something that's showing you that it's a waste of your time and energy. You know, if you spend your entire life, the last time that I talked about this, or one of the streams that I talked about this, I used the analogy of a plane and a car. Every time you get into a car, you have a so much higher likelihood of getting into a car crash. But when you get into a car, you're not as fearful of getting into a car crash. Yet when you get into a plane, you have such a tiny % chance of getting into a plane crash, but you have the anxiety of, oh shit, this plane could crash and is going to crash. You get that anxiety because it's all out of your control. So you have to understand that you have to go about your life understanding that it could happen, but not letting that factor and that chance control the way that you live your life. You know, you got to go about your life the way that you live it. And if the shitty thing happens, it's almost a positive for you because it's teaching you that you were in a wrong place, like it didn't serve you, you know? I keep getting in arguments, losing the ability to know it's because I'm right or it's because I'm a teen. Every time I do, I'm compared to my father. What do you mean, Miso? I'm 24 and I need advice and good headspace. Let's hear, Jada. Jada, if you need to talk, I can talk before I go to bed. I'll be on here for like another 10 minutes, I'd say. Keep getting in arguments. I'm losing the ability to know it's because I'm right or it's because I'm a teen. Like they don't accept your opinion because you're a teen or because you're right. According to my grandpa getting crossed out of shoes at the family reunion and went viral and I hoed.
As someone who spent most of his life
What do you mean,
compared
Mr.
to
Lay
his
It Down?
father, show people you're not him.
Been dealing with heavy lust, man. Mr. Terror Shorts, that's we had that conversation earlier it's a constant battle and it is an addiction and it's something that you have to actively step in the driver's seat of your vehicle, which is your mind, and choose the option that you're going to be proud of and reinforce that understanding that you can make the right decision, you know? What's up, Chico Beansky? What do you think about if I get rid of social media to lessen temptation? I think it's a positive thing, Finn, you know? I don't think it's a bad thing. Also, Madman for Hot Me, W Zach for Let Him Cook. I think getting rid of your temptation, but I also do think that getting rid of things to avoid them doesn't always help because then you're not building the skill of actively being able to use them and stopping the temptation, you know? W Madman for the Treasure Clover. What is that? Discipline matters, absolutely, Zach. I'm gonna go to sleep, but I appreciate absolutely, Finn. And keep me updated. Be LeBron or be LeBron's dad. She tells me she only loves me and she doesn't want anyone else, but I keep getting that thought and it's annoying. I feel you. It's something that you have to work on day by day, you know? You can only trust her word. You can only trust what she tells you. And you know, you can't apply your uneasiness to her opinion because she's telling you that you can only trust her, and if she goes against her word, that's her breaking her own word, you know? W Logan for the 2 treasure troves and Zach for the donut. But start at 0 years old. LeBron. I'm being LeBron. I can't though. My long-term partner told me February he's joining the military. He leaves in October. W Lizard person. And won't be back until June. I don't know what to do. Do you feel like that is going to be something that like ruins your relationship, or do you think you guys can make it work? I don't know if it's because I'm just a moody teen and because I think I'm always right. I mean, you know yourself, you know? Like, do you feel like you're not understanding other people's perspective when you have arguments or whatever? Or do you feel like you're easily, like, you easily don't understand, like, you're easily argumentative? Like, how does this stem from, you know? I mean, I lost the love of my life by my own hands, and as I get better, she'll never see it. That's the tough thing, Zach, you know? But you're living for you, and that's the most important thing. I need a really good song for my post I'm going to make on Instagram. Got any recommendations? I would say, what kind of post is it? My mom just screamed at me. I can't stop crying. Oh. Jenna, I would definitely say in that situation, you've gotta separate yourself. W Madman, love you too, goat. I will see you tomorrow. You're important too, you goat. You've gotta, I would isolate yourself a bit from your parents, because they seem like they cause a lot of pain. Obviously, you can't isolate yourself fully, but I would separate your, like, you know, I don't even have a door, and they will watch me like a hawk. Yeah, I would just try your best to live in your own world, you know? What's your hair routine, bros? Hair's looking mad luscious. I use hair oil after I shower. When my hair is wet, I hair oil. And then I only shampoo my hair once a week. Yes, that's probably gross to some people, but I wash my hair with water every single day. So it's just the shampoo, because my hair gets dry really easily. I'm struggling on what to major in. I'm really interested in forensic science, but I'm scared. What are you scared of, Reina? W Valencia for the follow. I'm sober from, so that's good. Sorry, I felt the need to say something good. W Jenna. See, those are the positives. That's what I mean. You can look at the positives and feel proud of yourself for those positives and get kind of like into those positives, you know? W Skyler for the heart and mustache. How can I enjoy being around extroverted friends as an introvert? I would say, Gonzo, just be yourself, you know? Like, if you, like, don't try to be them. Just be in your own world and enjoy their company. You know, W Gonzo for the follow. How did you know I was doom scrolling? I got my ways. So I appreciate you, Skyler. Because what if it doesn't work out? You never know, Reina. Yeah, Jay, did you hear my response? I responded. Just wanted to stop by. I appreciate you, Desco. Love the theme and work you're doing. Fire. I have a severe addiction to skiing. I'm 3 days clean right now. Skiing? I don't know if I know what that means. I'm afraid. I would just say continue to push yourself to like realize the positive emotions that you feel, you know what I mean? Like the fact that you're doing it or you're not doing it, like that type of feeling of being proud of yourself. Get addicted to feeling proud of yourself, you know? He means nose can't. I get it now. I said you just gotta, like, you can't, I kind of said like a long response. I don't know if I want to say it again because I gotta go to sleep. But, you gotta understand that, like, you can't live in that fear because you have no control over the outcome. You know, and if she breaks her trust and breaks her word, that is a representation of her and not you. You know, and if she ever did that, that's on her. It's not on you. You know what I mean? That's like, you're dodging a bullet. You know what I mean? For anyone thinking about ending it, don't. Absolutely, Mr. Terrors. Don't do it. Life gets better as somebody who almost ended it and is on the mend of it and sees life. You know what I mean? Maybe deadass W13. We got the freaking Monferno right there. But I think I'm gonna go to sleep, guys. It is way past my bedtime. I may or may not have got locked into flow state and realized that it's now almost 2 o'clock in the morning, and I gotta film a video after this. I gotta yap and post a video tomorrow. If you guys like YouTube at all, I'll be posting a mental health advice video tomorrow. Might pull might just do it with this. I don't know. You know. W Raina for the follow. Anybody that is in here, I appreciate you, Zach, for the donut as well. Anybody that is in here, and I don't get to respond to your message, or I didn't get to respond to your message, or you're in here and I'm going to sleep, I do have a Discord in the bio, in my TikTok bio. That link all the way at the bottom, there's the Ape Gang. That is my community's Discord. There's mental health channels in there.
Mimic on Thursday,
and
or do you have a game already?
I have a game at the moment that I've planned, but I could do Pale Mimic after it, I think, because I don't know if the game that I'm going to play is going to be super long. W freaking J, I appreciate you. I will see you tomorrow, you go. Tomorrow I'm going to be playing Pokemon. I'm going to be doing a Nuzlocke on Bound. If you guys like that. On Wednesday, I'm going to be playing a friend slop game with one of my homies. It's the new, weird fishing game where you, shoot fish with guns and shit. W Trinity. And then Thursday is going to be solo horror. And then Friday is Fortnite, where I play with viewers. So if you guys like any of those games, make sure to pop in. I also post YouTube videos all throughout the week. All of my channels are mess_TTV. They're all in my bio as well. What's my favorite Pokemon? Dark-type Urshifu. Close second is Monferno the goat. The absolute goat. I apologize, chicken. But you stopped doom scrolling. That's a dub right there. That's a dub right there. But yeah, I appreciate you guys. Again, thank you so freaking much for, always showing up for me and for having these conversations. As I said a couple times in this stream, this is my medicine. This is something that heals me on the inside, and I was in a deep, 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 dark place a year from now, or a year ago. And I felt like I had no purpose. I tried and I failed, and then I tried again, and here I am. And I'm living my purpose, and I hope that people that are in here understand that, like Jenna, please, if you think about that, understand that life can seem so dark and so dim and so shitty, but if you put your mind to getting better, and you look at life through a positive lens, and you try to approach every single day to get the best positive thing out of your life, and to get the joy out of life and your purpose, I promise you will look at your life differently on the outside. You will see that you can positively impact your life and positively impact people, and do things that you want to do, and see the joy that life has for you. So please believe in yourselves. Please show up for yourselves. Take action. If you have something that scares you that you want to do and you know it's going to be good for you, please do it. And please do not ever take your life, because you guys are a beautiful thing and you do not deserve to not be here, you know? You deserve to see the best version of you that can be possible, and that is possible. So just want to say that and make sure that everybody knows how much they're important. W freaking Ryan, W all you guys. Thank you guys for being so vulnerable. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Sleep well and have a wonderful day tomorrow. Love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye. Goodbye.